When you go to Kemet school, you became more alert. You made a wake up, your spirit wake up. And you became a more human being. That's your character is built in a school. When you study what you call classical studies, we must know Netcher. You see, maybe in the future we need to know some heretic too. We need to know Netcher. In Kemet, for me, is education. The way they think, they build, and they practice their education is very unique in history. Without education, I believe there will be no Kemet.
All right, so we're live, and we could be heard on YouTube. So if anyone in the chat on YouTube, please, I'd like to start off by just verifying that the audio and video is coming through okay. So if you give a thumbs up, or just give a signal that you can hear us and that you can see the audio, see the video, fine, and then we'll continue. And I know there's a delay, so this is your brother Wujau, Medew Maat, and today we're gonna just have a follow-up discussion based on the earlier discussion this morning on the subject of was between Asar Imhotep and the brother Netjer Neb, and the topic was a lesson in linguistics and philology, advancing the debate on the meaning of Kemet. And both brothers gave a very good presentation. Between the two, it was pretty lengthy, so hopefully everyone had time to get their coffee or tea or some snacks and was able to digest some of the information. It's definitely going to be a point of rewinding and reviewing what was presented to actually digest it, because linguistics is something that is often overlooked and taken for granted, simply because all of us born speaking a language, we do it on a day-to-day, every day, all day. So it seems normal, and we're kind of numb to the specifics of it. And so when you hear these new terms, new terminologies, and how things are done, it may be overwhelming. So it's always good to slow things down and look it over many times. So am I being heard? Let me see. Okay, everyone gave a thumbs up. All right, so I have a small panel here inside of our session, and maybe in a few we'll open it up to everyone, but we want to kick it off and keep the scope of the conversation based on the earlier discussion. So I'm gonna pass the mic. The mic is in the middle of the floor. Anybody in here can walk up to it and give your comments, commentary, questions. We have the brother Asar Imhotep in the building to be able to clarify anything that he needs to clarify based on what he presented today. So I'm gonna mute myself, and the floor is open. And don't everyone all speak at once.
ETM Hotel, Renee Sean. Welcome in peace. My name is Sean. Thanks for having the discussion, the follow-up discussion. And thanks to Brother Netjer Neb for his efforts in his work, and Brother Asar for his efforts in his work as well. In the opening of the discussion that was had, because I'm not framing it as a debate, in the discussion, I was able to follow along. A lot of teaching moments earlier on. I just had one question just to start the flow of this whole after party, and that is, why did you only use 5 cognates, Asar?
Okay. Now the standard is 3, and so I my minimum is 5, just in case you don't like 1 or 2. You want to debate 1 or 2, which means the other 3 minimum is solid. So you couldn't argue the whole point. It wouldn't make a difference with your whole point. This is why you increase the number of cognates. But you want to have that series. And so this is the point that I was trying to make here, that a cognate is only a cognate within a community of cognates.
Excuse me, Sarah, real quick. You sound like you're breaking up a little bit. Like your volume is good, but you coming in a little choppy. To where? I mean, is that just me or anybody else hearing him the same?
TU is saying he's breaking up.
Testing. I mean, I don't know, but it's a slow.
Oh, there you are. I think you're better now.
Okay, you can hear me better? Okay.
Yep.
So what I was saying is that a cognate is only a cognate, a cognate pair or only cognates within a community of cognates. There's a saying in South Africa amongst the Zulu, umuntu ingumuntu ingubantu. A person is a person because of other people. And that's why I use the proverb, made famous by John S. Mbiti in his African Religion and Philosophy book, that I am because we are, therefore I am. So without that community of regular sound meaning correspondences, you cannot argue that 2 words within a language are cognate. So this is a point that he didn't understand, and which is why he stuck to trying to demonstrate that there is a word black in all of these other languages, which he thinks are cognate with the ones in ancient Kemet. That's irrelevant. Because as I showed at the end, we also got words with the KM consonant sequence, meaning farm and country. So again, how do you distinguish between the 2? The classifiers. That's why in my equation, I made it a point to include the classifiers or determinatives in the lay speak in the equation. So the semantic meanings of the words we're comparing has to coincide with the classifiers. Otherwise, we can, like why there's a word can be meaning grain and plant. Why wouldn't you choose that over black? What makes you distinguish that word versus as a root for Kim, because it uses the same consonant sequence, versus the word full or to pay or dorsal fin or any other word? And so they're being selected. This is one of the reasons why I started off the conversation with explaining a particular logical fallacy, and that is begging the question. And this is in part when you assume in one of your premises that it is true, and then you make your argument on one of the premises without first having established that the premise is in fact true. So I can say that the forest trees, or a tree in the forest, has red Skittles. And since I found an empty bag of Skittles on the ground, therefore the empty bag of Skittles came from the tree that gave birth to Skittles. Now, given that this is something that doesn't happen in ordinary life, that we just go by some trees and then we can shake off some Skittles, I would have to first demonstrate and prove that, in fact, there is a tree in this particular forest that has fruit that are Skittles. And then somehow, even if that is the case, I would still have the burden of showing a causal relationship, that the Skittles from the tree, if we were to say that was true, if the Skittles from the tree actually ended up in the bag that was on the ground. What if there's another process that you can make Skittles and it came from a different source? See, it's a lesson in science, in the scientific method, because you have hypotheses and then you test hypotheses. You test hypotheses to falsify them. You always operate with 3 or more hypotheses. And so when you have eliminated all of the hypotheses that are clearly not true, then the only ones that's left is more than likely true. Doesn't mean it's true, it's more than likely. Because, science, you cannot ever demonstrate that something is true 100% of the time. You would have to have an ongoing experiment 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, forever. This is why I always make these, in my discussions, I always have to slow people down and say that when they be talking about, I have scientific or we need scientific proof. No, you don't. Proof is an issue of logic in mathematics, which is why I dealt with mathematics and logic at the beginning. So we can deal with proofs that the conclusion follows from the premises in a logical fashion and can't be any other way. And so I hope I answered your question without going too long.
Yeah, you did. I got one more and then I'm gonna shut up. So I was looking for the definition of the grammar rule, what it is and how it functions. And I didn't get an answer to that when it was mentioned to the audience.
From me or him?
No, from him.
Okay.
From him.
I'm sorry.
So can you bring some clarity to that for the audience who got stuck at some of the terms that he was using, but didn't understand what he was trying to imply as he continued to speak over a lot of people's heads?
Okay. I want to, but I know that our brother Wujawu had some slides ready. And I know that that's something that he wanted to address.
Okay, good. Okay, as long as we can clear that up, I'm fine.
Yeah.
All right.
So since he got slides ready, then that the people can see exactly what he's talking about. I'll defer that question to him.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Let me just share something. And this is something that we've covered a long while back, and we have some videos where we did it in 2 parts, where we discuss Jonny Kemet Egyptian adjectives, and it could get a little confusing. So that's why we decided to do a couple of videos on the subject. So I'm gonna just summarize it because I don't want to be too long. We've already spent a long time on this topic. But hopefully everybody can follow what I'm saying. I'm trying to make it as simple as possible about adjectives, their role, and how they function in the language, because it was emphasized today very much so. All right. So I'm just going to read a little bit. So this is actually coming out of upcoming grammar book that will be published by the beginning of the next year. If everything is according to plan. So anyway, adjectives. Adjectives are a syntactic category of words used to modify, describe, or qualify a noun phrase, or a pronoun, giving more information about the referent. Accordingly, adjectives indicate such things as size, measurement, tall or long, feelings or qualities, lonely, honest, nationality or origin, Kenyan, American, characteristics, flashy, sharp, age, young, old, properties, wooden, cotton, shape, round, square, judgment or value, awesome, pointless, condition, rugged, volatile, color, green, blue. Or weight, heavy, light. So here's some Egyptian examples, Ronnie Kemet examples. We have nefer, good, which is a value. We have desher, red, color. We have, have both sides of this. So value, we have nefer, good, bin, bad. Desher, red, kem as the color, black, color. Shafu, swollen. And we have wasek, wide, in regards to shape. In regards to weight, we have denes, heavy, isi, light, size, najes, small, big. For condition, we have naket, strong, and khesi, weak. So those are just some examples. To continue, Rodney Kemet adjectives may be divided into two main categories: qualifying adjectives and relational adjectives. And these relational adjectives are also called nisbi or nisba. Some people may be familiar with that term. It comes from the Arabic word, which means relation. All right, that's used in Arabic grammar, and scholars and linguists will use that term for the general designation of words that show a relationship. So relational adjectives are sometimes called nisbis. All right. So remember, two categories. So the first category, qualifying adjectives. I'm going to briefly just describe these. A qualifying adjective is an adjective that denotes either a property or a property and an entity at the same time. Now, see, this is very important to understand, that it denotes a property alone or a property and the entity at the same time. And this is going to help people understand how and why they can function as nouns. One of the most common qualifying adjectives is nefer. And when denoting just a property, it means good, beautiful. But when denoting a property and an entity together, it means good one, beautiful one. See, in English, we have to add one on there as in terms of an object, or something that is of that property. So it's denoting a property and the entity or the referent as well at the same time. Okay? Qualifying adjectives that refer only to a property are used as predicates, also referred to as predicative adjectives in adjectival sentences. In this use, they are invariable. That is, they exhibit no declensional endings for gender or number except the simple form of masculine singular. So what that's saying is that when adjectives are used only for properties and not the property and entity, they're in the predicate of the sentence or the clause. And they take the form of a masculine singular. They're not varied in terms of number and gender. And anyone coming in, if you can unmute your mic. All right, so that's important. So that's what that's saying. Invariable meaning they don't change. All right, they're in the form of a masculine singular. Adjectival sentences will be taken up later in the lesson. Like I said, this is an excerpt from the upcoming book, so that part will adjectival sentences are later on in this particular lesson. So, but here's an example of one, nevertheless. So we have nefer heret ten, which means this flower is beautiful. Notice that the word beautiful here is in the predicate of this sentence. But in Rodney Kemet, the predicate in this instance comes first. Nefer is first, and it's masculine singular. Even though what it's referring to or modifying or qualifying is a feminine word, flower, heret. The adjective comes before it, and it's invariable, masculine singular, referring to this noun, but it's feminine. All right, but it's just an example. All right, so this is only talking about the quality or the property alone. All right. Now, as I note in the example, the noun heret, flower, is feminine singular, while the predicate adjective or predicative adjective nefer is masculine singular. All right, just to emphasize. Qualifying adjectives that refer to a property and an entity are variable. That is, they have the same declensional endings as substantives. Now, mind you, substantives is what we call nouns. So these types of adjectives are the ones that behave and go through changes just like nouns. And we call those changes declension. Declensional endings of these nouns for gender and number. The gender and number endings refer to the entity denoted by the adjective. So here's the paradigm for adjective nefer. So masculine singular, we have nefer. Masculine, feminine singular, we have neferet. Dual, neferwi for masculine. Feminine is neferti. Plural, neferu for masculine, and neferut, or some people may pronounce it neferwet for the plural feminine. These endings are the exact same endings that nouns can take and be marked for the same singular, dual, and plural. All right. So here's a visual of the two types of adjectives. We have adjectives that denote a property only and a property entity. So the ones that denote a property only, they're invariable. They don't go through this declensional shift. They exhibit no declensional endings. And we have ones that denote a property and an entity at the same time, and those are variable and they exhibit declensional endings. Therefore, they look and behave as like nouns. Qualifying adjectives that denote a property and an entity may be used independently or dependently. That's important to know. When used independently, they function as substantives, which is, like I said, this is a word for nouns. And there's a reason why when you study linguistics, you may shift from using the word noun to substantives. And I'm going to explain that in 1 second. So that is substantival adjectives. All right. In fact, in the grammatical tradition of Greek and Latin, from which many of these descriptive linguistic terms originate, adjectives were considered one of the subtypes of nouns, along with substantives being the other. They were referred to in Latin as nomen adjectivum, which means noun adjectives. The word nomen means noun, adjective is what we take as adjectivum is what we take as adjective. So nomen adjectivum and nomen substantivum, noun substantives and noun adjectives. So remember, in early grammarians, they had nomens of two types, adjectivum nomens, and then we have substantivum nomens. All right. In English, we just took the word nomen and we call it noun. So our substantives became the word noun, and then adjectivum became our word adjectives. An example of a qualifying adjective used independently is neferet, beautiful one. We have to add the one on there. Where nefer refers to the property of beautiful, and the suffix or ending refers to a singular feminine entity, which we denote as one in the phrase beautiful one. We are not informed on whether the singular feminine entity is human or an animal or a thing, etc. Determinatives usually assist with informing us of this, as in these examples. In the masculine, we have the word wab, which is pure one. And without a determinative, we don't know what is pure one. We just know an entity is pure. But the determinative in this case helps us to determine what is being spoken about or referring. So we have pure human. Neferet, beautiful one. And then you have a determinative classifier of a bovine animal to know what is being referred. Now, when that was independently. When used dependently, they are often referred to as attributive adjectives and have the following characteristics. 1, they are placed after the noun or substantive to which they refer, forming as a substantival phrase, which is explained later, as this is an excerpt again. 2, they agree with the substantive in gender and number. And here's some examples. We have set weret, which is great seat. The noun is feminine. We have set. And then we have woret. This adjective is agreeing with the noun in gender and number. This is a feminine singular. Therefore, the adjective is feminine and singular. Great seat. We have netcher a. Netcher is masculine singular. A is therefore also masculine and singular as an adjective. All right. They may also have abbreviated endings reduced to a minimum. Thus, in the feminine plural, the ending wit, which will be a feminine plural, will often be reduced to just T alone, appearing as a feminine singular. And here's an example. We have wawet neferut, beautiful roads. All right, where the W is suppressed in the glyphs. We don't see the Quelchik. We don't see any indication that the W is existing. In transliterations, we put it inside of parentheses. All right. So, not to be too long-winded, I'll stop there. Let me make sure, because I want to make sure that is clear. So that's enough to explain why and how adjectives function as nouns. But now we have to make something else very clear, that words, and just as the brother Asar said about cognates do not live on an island by themselves. They have to live in a community of other, a family or paradigm of other cognates. All right. Likewise, words in and of themselves, when we talk about verbs, nouns, adjectives, prepositions, adverbs, all those things that we were taught are parts of speech, those words don't exist in and of themselves. For example, the word chair, chair, chair. If I just say chair alone and give you that word chair and ask you what part of speech is it, most people will say it's a noun. But the word chair can also be a verb if I use it in a sentence and say that she chaired the meeting. I put the ed on there to make it past tense, which is a suffix that are used on verbs. So chair could be a verb or chair could be a noun. So words alone by themselves, you can't tell what part of speech they are. We call them word classes, and these are syntactic classes. And what has to be understood is that in order to determine the syntactic category of a word, you have to look at the morphological behavior of the word. You have to also look at the syntactic structure and its distribution in a sentence. Those three factors is what enables us to know what category words are in. So when somebody says that all adjectives can be nouns, that has little to no value, because the question is a particular instance of the use of the word a noun or an adjective, not so much the fact that all adjectives can be nouns. All right. So that has to be stressed and made very clear, that it's the use. And so in today's lectures, when you look at the examples that were given for the word Kemet in terms of the toponym, it was not used syntactically and it was not distributed among the environment of other words that it was in as an adjective. It was used as a toponym, a place name. So that has to be very, very made very clear. All right. So unless somebody else has another question, I'll just end there. Hopefully that was clear. But Sean, I guess you can let me know if that was clear or not.
In other words, it doesn't mean a damn thing. It's irrelevant. Because the first thing that you have to discover first is what is the root. Once you can confirm what the root is, you can decide whether it's a noun or an adjective or a verb. You know, the meaning, the root does not have to be any of those categories. It just happens to be. But you have to demonstrate that you can understand and prove what the root is, and then go from there.
Yeah, and that's what people have to understand. The lexical categories, apart from the grammatical categories, and then you have syntactic categories, and those are only determined by the environment that it's used in. We have a lot of roots that give way to different use of words that are in multiple categories, as I just explained. Chair, the word chair, can be a verb or a noun, and you have a lot of words that come out that way, and you won't know. So, it's important to know the difference. But at the same time, if you're not unsure about the meaning of the root, then you're assuming that the root means one thing and then running with it. But Sean, was that clear?
He wants to share his screen to show what
You was clear. You was clear. I just know some people were scratching their head at what he was saying because he didn't actually define what he was saying. He just went directly into what he was saying as to appease, I believe, whoever's going to be reviewing his work or whatever. He was more so caught up in appeasing than actually breaking it down.
Okay,
but I was asking if you wanted me to share my screen so people know what you mean when you say root.
Oh, you could do that. That's fine. But let me make this clear too. That see, when you say that all adjectives can be a noun, see, what makes an adjective and a noun a noun? Remember, adjectives and nouns are syntactic categories. So a word is not one of those things in and of itself. So in other words, you can't have an adjective functioning as a noun and still be an adjective all at the same time. Like, I can't say sit in the chair and that chair be a verb and a noun at the same time. Now, the word can be one or the other, but in the practical use, this is where semantics and pragmatics comes into play within all of this as well. When you use it, when you do your syntactic analysis, you're taking something that is used. You're taking input from something that exists. So the sentences exist. So if I say, Asar, please have a seat in that chair over there. Chair in that instance is a noun because of the environment and the distribution of the word. And we would have distribution tests to verify these things. But if I say Asar chaired last night's meeting on historical comparative linguistics, now I'm using chair as a verb. And so we have to make sure that we understand this, that words are not in these syntactic categories in and of themselves. That's why in dictionaries, you'll notice that you have one word and then they'll have a noun and they may show it be a verb and they may show it can also function as an adjective. Knowing that it can possibly function that way is really meaningless in and of itself. It's irrelevant and it has no value, because I can say the same thing about all the hieroglyphs. All of the hieroglyphs can potentially be logograms, phonograms, ideograms, or classifiers, semantimes, or determiners. But the question is it used that way in any particular instance? And so I think that is something that needs to be stressed more.
See, another thing that has to be considered, and what people are failing to realize, is that the ancient Egyptian language and culture is only partially understood. There's still a lot of mystery in a lot of areas concerning ancient Egypt. It's one of the reasons why we keep studying it. And so you don't see these large excavations about Yoruba, Ifa, or anything to that nature. Why? Because we could just go over there and ask somebody. They'll tell you exactly what it means. They won't tell you exactly what it means. Either way it goes, you have access to the people and they're still living the culture. That is not the case when it comes to ancient Kemet. So understanding that there's a lot of mystery and a lot of unsolved issues going on, this is where the debates come in. Because you can't go to an Egyptian and ask them what does it mean in their language, because they don't speak this language or a modern version of it. They don't read hieroglyphs like that. Their culture is gone. And so when it comes to this place name, why would you name this Kemet? Why? What does that mean? We can't go ask them. But they left us clues. And so unlike a lot of people who think that the Sesh Netjer is in fact some mysterious divine script that's going to open up all your chakras and allow you to float into a bank and get a loan. That's not going to happen. It's just a language. It's just a language like any other language. And we only have access to it via the script, which is not perfect. Well, perfect in the sense that us in modern times have the wherewithal to understand it fully. And so, as mentioned 1,000 times in these chats and things, the hieroglyphic script does not record its vowels in a obvious way. If you know, so it can be debated that some vowels are there, but it is not obvious to us if there is. So when we look at words, all we see is their consonantal skeletons. And given the limited vocabulary and phonological ability to express these words, we're bound to find numerous homographs. And I have to say homographs. So our good brother Netjer Neb appears to not understand the difference between a homonym and a homograph. And so to argue that something is a homonym, we would have to have access to the vowels to see if in fact these two or more words are pronounced the same. All we know is, given the list, for example, that I gave, that there is a list of words that share the same consonant cluster. And so I'm going to share my screen for those who are watching live so you can understand exactly what I mean. Current slide, so hopefully y'all see everything. So this is the example that I gave, and this one, and I actually give two of such examples. So I use collagen and I use Chiluba with the KM consonant sequence. And so if we see here that these are clearly not the same words, and some of these, words have roots that are M with K plus vowel prefixes, like this Kimoi, and Kiyam, I think, to be dry. But if we strip the vowels, all we are left with is the consonants. So this is what we see in ancient Kemet. So how do I distinguish Kemet or Kemet to be strong versus Kemaita, the late, the deceased? They had the same consonant sequence. Or this Kim darkness versus this Kim to die. What about Kamit, his, her, its mother? How do I distinguish this as a consonant sequence from the late, the deceased? Or find power or become strong? And so, again, I can call up some folks who speak collagen if I'm confused. But I can't do that with an ancient Egyptian. So the ancient Egyptians, they left for us classifiers, these terminating glyphs that give us context in which class certain nouns and verbs belong to. Well, mainly for now, for how should I say? Uh, for nouns, is properly for classifiers is a term. For verbs, they still use classifiers, but we normally, in spoken languages, do not speak of verbal classifiers. Unless, for example, the verb derives from a noun. So, for example, in the Mande language, they have plural verbs. So, plural, we know historically that those verbs derive from nouns, but it's in ancient Kemet, the nouns primarily derive from verbs. And so they go through a process of affixation. They add a prefix or a suffix to nominalize verbs. And then they'll put a verbal suffix or prefix to reverbalize it. And then if they have to renoun it, they'll add another nominal suffix or prefix, as I showed. So we can see here, even though I use a different program for this, I just copied this from the TLA online. Just I used the JSS. So they look kind of different, but they're the same. We can see same hieroglyphs. Same hieroglyphs is the root. Same hieroglyphs. Same hieroglyphs. Same hieroglyphs. Same hieroglyphs. All using the I6 glyph in the front, and then either the phonetic complement and/or and added morpheme. So if we was just to not have any of this, we could not tell the difference about these words. But but what I demonstrate in the upcoming book is that in many ways you can. See, the problem is we don't really understand the grammar and the word formations 100%. And because we don't recognize that the how should I say, the classifiers agree with the affixes. The affixes is just in the word itself, and then they visualize often the affixes in the verb, in the actual classifiers. And so not trying to get too deep. So I hope that helps in understanding the crux of the issue that we have here. So I can't distinguish. So if there is a Kemet, I got to account for every single morpheme. See, in linguistics, we got to account for everything. We just can't say, this is a root, because we don't know if this is Kim is a root. In this instance, K could be a prefix and MN could be the root for, this here. And I don't really know how to transcribe this because, my German isn't the best. And so this says, an inscribed person or a scribal person, I don't know what this variant means here. But like here with Kemet, a book of wisdom, it's not a black book. Like we automatically assume that the book is black. So what part of the word is for book, and then what other part is for black? So is the Y, is this a how should I say, is this a compound noun or say a noun phrase? And if it's a black book, why doesn't it agree with the rules of the language? So since normally the adjective follows the noun, why isn't this Yikim if the Y, for example, is the book? These are kinds of questions that you have to ask, and so that you can, have a proof. We have a process called proof by contradiction. So if you can show a contradiction, it proves, you can make a proof by contradiction, showing that, it is logically implausible to go along this track of thinking, because we'll contradict ourselves in this domain. So, as I showed here, lastly, Like I can give these two words. You see, they had the same glyphs, but I wouldn't be able to distinguish. There's no way, there's no vowels for me to distinguish these two words, which I'm pretty sure in the language, these were written with different vowels. And so as a written script, people confuse this with the vocalness. This is a writing script. We're not hearing anything. So that's why we have these determinatives at the end to distinguish between homographs, which may or may not be homonyms. So I'll stop there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was really good, and it speaks to the final question that you asked during the previous show, which I think was very crucial, which was if Netcher Neb could actually show any glyphs that had for the word Kemet that had the hieroglyph or the N35, and pretty much it was a long answer to just say no, and I think that's and that's why for anybody who understands, what Asar just presented here, you actually know why that second part of the presentation was just, it just digressed and didn't really go through the issue and didn't really speak much to why Kemet means Black people.
I want to point out something too, because something was mentioned earlier that about determinatives and their presence inside of the script, that it is true that there are instances where determinatives are omitted on certain syntactic category of words. Prepositions usually do not have determinatives. Certain types of words. Asar pointed out the fact that pronouns do not exhibit determinatives. Like you're not going to see a pronominal suffix with determinatives attached to them and whatnot. So the language does not have determinatives. Every word does not show forth a determinative. They're usually used on substantives to indicate the semantic scope of the word. That's what we call them, classifiers, etc. I wanted to share something real quick to kind of emphasize something that Asar brought up today, and I think just now. Hopefully y'all can see my screen. This is an example of morphological and versus morphemic analysis, and why it's important to understand the distinction and how they can work together, because this same aspect is used in making the determination about even with this word Kemet. Okay, so the example I give is for English examples. So I have two words, 4 words, or are they 4 words? But anyway, we have small, smaller, teach, and teacher. So now, just briefly, a morph is the concrete realization of a morpheme. So morphs is what you actually see or hear when people speak, or when we write words out and we actually represent the morphs. That's what you see. That's the concrete surface realization. The morpheme is the underlying abstraction. Okay, and so it'll be clear in a second. So let's take the word smaller and teacher. I'm going to ignore small and teach for example for now. Smaller and teacher. So the morphs of the word smaller. Hold up. See if I could turn my cursor on. Okay, the morphs for the word smaller and teacher, they both have 2 morphs, small and the er suffix, teach and the er suffix. Now on the surface, you can't tell if this er in teacher and this er in smaller is the exact same er. It looks the same because that's what we see on the surface. That's the morph. That's the surface realization. They're spelled identical and they're pronounced identically. All right. These would be homonyms and homographs as far as the spelling. All right. Now, the question is, are they the same, though? And the answer is no. When we go under the hood, beneath in the underlying abstraction, we know that the morphemes of small consist of the root, lexeme small, and then this er is really a comparative morpheme. You have small, smaller, and smallest. So this is a comparative morpheme, morpheme of called a comparative. This er in teacher is a morpheme of agency. They call it a adjective morpheme, one who does this. So teach is a verb. A lexeme, teach, is a verb, and then we have the er, which turns into an agent, one who does that, one who teaches, and we say it teacher. So this er and this er, although looking alike, sounding alike, spelled alike, they're not alike. They're completely different morphemes. So now this is on a morpheme level, where we call it the the atoms of words. But the discussion today wasn't dealing so much with the makeup of the word itself, but more so the word, the whole word. And so the same process will have to be done. You can't make an assumption. See, I can make an assumption, or I would be in error to make an assumption just because this looks alike and sounds alike, to assume that both of these are the same, and then go in other languages, other Indo-European languages, I'm dealing with English, and then just start pulling out things and say, see, it's there too. See, it's there too, without first establishing the evidence for my premise in the first place, to avoid the logical fallacy that Asar Imhotep brought up as begging the question. So this is what will have to be done on the internal structure of words. So I just want to show an example of the importance of it and how you can trip yourself up and mess up. And that's what's going on a lot of times with Egyptian language, and particularly with this word Kemet. There's an assumption that the Kim in Kemet is black, is the word black, and not the word for a body that's accessible to water, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's the key. Was that understood?
Yeah. Great breakdown. Great breakdown. That's what Brother Netjer Neb was missing in this presentation. That was a great demonstration for the layman that might not be familiar with this.
Oh yeah, I'm trying. I don't want to be over anybody's head, so hopefully this is understood. Now, I can use the word player. Play is a verb, is an action. Something that you can see action. And player, that er would fall as the same er. That er, if I were to add player here, that er is the exact same er in teacher. All right, so hopefully everyone gets that. And on top of that, let me just do that real quick. I just want to show you how people got to be careful. We have play, and we had the word roll. Roller is one or something that rolls. Roller. So we have these agent morphemes called an adjective. So, and then difference would be the comparative ones that we have smaller. So we could think of a whole host of words to show more and more examples, but hopefully people will get the gist of it. Why it's important that just because something look alike, sound alike, even spelled alike, that it's not the same.
What should that Ujau, son Ujau?
Two.
So when you're looking at these words, if I'm getting this right, the actual syntax or the vocabulary word, those words you have to identify first, because like in the words small or versus the word teach, if you don't know what the actual word was used as, because it could have many different variations. When you add an ending on there, if you don't know what the actual syntactic, I guess I'm saying this right, syntactic meaning of the morpheme, then you would have problems with the when you add something to it.
Okay, put it this way. Remember, let me just show this again. Okay, remember earlier I said that words don't exist on islands of themselves, period. And especially when it comes to making a determination of their syntactic class, their syntactic category that we call word classes or parts of speech. Okay. A noun, verb, adjective, pronoun, so on and so forth, they have to fit other criteria for us to make that conclusion. All right. So there's different tests that you can do to make that determination. But remember, I said one of the tests or one of the things you look for is its morphological behavior, which means the different shapes it can take and different affixations that it can take, and its syntactic structure. So for example, since I'm showing this as far as morphological, let's just say, what's a good example? Okay, let's go on the syntax level. Verbs do not take or receive articles. Like if I say what's a verb? Let's say play. Once I put an article, which is the word the or a in English, or an, once I put an article in front of that word play, it cannot be a verb. If I say the play, the play, is a noun, because only a noun can receive an article. And so these are rules. These are distributive rules for us to determine the syntactic category of a word based on its position or syntactic distribution. Okay, so that's an example. So verbs don't have articles in front of them. You can't say the teach. That makes no sense in English. That would be against English. Doesn't make any sense. Ungrammatical. Okay, so that's on a syntactic level, but also on a more morphological level, which is within the words, internal structure of words, where you're dealing with affixes and so on. Like for example, possession. If I say apostrophe s, you're not going to put an apostrophe s on verbs, and it still be a verb. You understand? So certain syntactic categories behave morphologically a certain way, and certain syntactic categories are distributed a certain way within the sentence. So again, you have morphological behavior is a criteria to look at, and its syntactic distribution. Both of those together are what we use to determine the class of particular words. You can't use one or the other and so on and so forth, or miss one, because you'll open yourself up for making mistakes. So hopefully that cleared up.
Now I understand that on the English side of that, but on the Ronnie Kemet side, maybe I'm not there yet, but do they use articles? Because the and a are not something that we add, but it's not actually there.
Okay, in that particular case, the word the came out of, you have pa and ta. Pa would be the masculine form of an article. We have ta as
these, those, and sometimes it can be used as an article the.
Right, we have pa and ta. Pa is masculine, ta is feminine, but they came later in later Egyptian though. And when you get to Old and Middle Egyptian, they didn't have the pa and ta used that way. They relied more heavily on demonstrative. So you have pu being used, and ten. You have pen and ten, and if you notice, this is something that I'll go over for a whole nother discussion. You'll notice that the paradigm is the same. You have pen and ten with the T, P and T, and the N. Then you have pa and ta, and then you'll end up with the one being a demonstrative and then one being an article, and that's where they come from. A demonstrative and an article both point out a thing. It demarcates a thing from another thing, but that's another conversation.
Okay, to you.
I would like to add, however, that there is evidence in the Old Kingdom of the definite article. It's rare, but to me, this is circumstantial evidence, again, of two different languages existing at minimum in the Nile Valley. And so you get these clues that there's these other languages that exist side by side beside the Old Kingdom and Middle Kingdom. And then later on, they just appear as part of the grammar in the New Kingdom, which lets me know that more than likely a new group or an old group of people took over and their language became the dominant language of the time. And so like the example I like to use is, of course, with English. See, what most people don't know, if we was to go our natural track with as far as the language that came out of the British Isles, we would be speaking Celtic. But a lot of French speakers took over the Anglais Island, and this is how a lot of French came into, the language. And so there was a shaping there. Then later on, you had these nomadic Germanic tribes who was going around conquering, and then they conquered the English island, or the British island, as we say. And then, so because that was the dominant, what we call English, it is that structure from Germanic, but all the vast majority of the people are not Germanic speakers natively, if that makes sense. The people themselves come from a descent of the Celtic speakers, but they weren't as technologically advanced as, at least in warfare, as the Germanic speakers. And so, where at one time the prestige language was French, then it became this German language. And so this is why, like, when you look at grammar books and things of this nature on English, especially like dictionaries, you'll find that damn near 70% of our words are foreign loan words into quote unquote English. We retain very few words from the actual Germanic group. And there are even some grammatical features that were borrowed. So like when you talk about a prefix, the word pre itself is a borrowing. There's a whole bunch of grammar that we have in English that is borrowed. And so when you look at ancient Egyptian carefully, and here's the point I'm getting to ultimately, is that, for someone who is a researcher that is trying to solve this mystery of ancient Kemet, you can't make too many assumptions, because when you make these assumptions without trying to prove them, you will miss information. Certain clues are sticking out at you, but you can't see it because you already have a preconceived notion of how it's supposed to be, how you think it's supposed to be. And so, I always I don't know if y'all ever see those memes. Is they always ask, is it murder or suicide? Or something like that. They call it murder puzzles. And I know that seems kind of a morbid, but it's intellectual for me, because it forces you to look at other pieces of evidence to reconstruct a scene, a crime scene. I think everyone should learn. Just take some time to study, take a summer at least, just to study forensics. Matter of fact, there's a field of linguistics called forensic linguistics. And I'm working to integrate that in my teaching of linguistics, especially when it comes to ancient Kemet. So you can use those tools to better answer certain questions. But the point of bringing up the thing is that, for example, if Emmy Cat walked into my house just randomly and saw me over Brother Rajawu, who is dead on the ground, and I'm holding the knife. And I got blood on my hands and on my shirt. So, Emmy Cat, I'm just singling you out. That's just the name I see.
Yeah, I'm here.
So, did I commit the murder?
I don't know.
Your first instinct was, well, hell, he's sitting right over Wujawu with the knife. The blood is still dripping. But as a layperson, like let's say, Wujawu was Emmy Cat's brother. Now, of course, there's an emotional attachment to Wujawu, and that's family. So, of course, seeing her brother dead on the ground would immediately, charge certain types of emotions and blame there. But if I am a detective who has been called in to investigate the scene, I can't take what looks on the surface as facts. I have to go through the steps and processes of reconstructing the scene, because now I got to look at blood spatter. I got to look at this person's alibi. Like I could have came in the house and seen Wujawu on the floor already stabbed. And I could have went over trying to see and pat him to see if he's still alive, which is how the blood transferred on my clothes. And I saw the knife and picked it up like, what happened? And then here comes Emmy Cat walking in the door. I just look guilty, but I'm not guilty. And so when you are a researcher, when you are an investigator, when you are a scholar, you are obligated to, no matter how obvious something appears, to always work the problems out. Because it's only by doing that you're able to solve the mysteries. And the reason why we keep getting into these circular arguments on the meaning of Kemet is because nobody wants to do the work. They think they know when they don't. They haven't gone through any steps to prove their premises. And so this is why, I had to take that time at the beginning of the discussion to go through all of that and to mention those things, and then show you step by step the process of how we can solve this mystery. What questions we have to ask. What line of questioning and proofs would allow for us to get to the answer? What must be present? What is absent? And why is it absent if it's absent? What is, these are the things. You don't take anything for granted. And that's the only point that I wanted to stress.
Yeah, that's it. And I hope people who are watching on the chat are following along. Yeah, but I had said I was going to open it up, but I want to make sure that everyone who's in here, if you had any comments, any other comments or any other questions, to please bring it up. And also in the meantime, I just wanted to emphasize something else that was mentioned today. One was emphasized many times that all adjectives can be nouns. Well, I just explained why that is, because even in like I said, even in early grammar, nouns was of two types: adjectivum and substantivum. And so we just chose, instead of saying substantives, we say nouns, and then we say adjectives for the adjectivums. But they behave the same. They are inflected the same, and we call the inflection of nouns and adjectives, we call that declension. All right, so that's what I explained earlier. But also what was mentioned today was verbs or adjectives, or verbs being, being descriptive. And we understand those to be participles. If anyone knows about participles are adjectival forms of verbs. And it's very important to understand, how things are described, especially in linguistics when you want to start to drill down and be more precise and scientific with it. Adjectival or nominal or adverbial is describing a syntactic feature. Something being used in a syntactic environment as an adverb would be adverbial. Something being used syntactically as in a noun or a substantive situation would be substantival or nominal, as most people will say. Then you have adjectival and so on, and verbial. Okay, so those words, when you see that eel, nominal, adjectival, and all that, they're basically describing it more on the level of syntax, not on the level of morphology. All right, and morphology and syntax, both of those are two legs of grammar, and languages have a nice blend of those two. Certain languages lean more in one direction or another, but languages have a blend of those two. So those two work hand in hand, and they represent levels. Morphology deals with the level of word and below, and syntax deals with the level of word and above. So words, phrases, and sentences and clauses for syntax, and then the word, whether it's roots, stems, bases, the affixes, infixes, fixes, the whole nine, is what morphology deals with. All right, the atoms of words, basically. Okay, so I just wanted to.
In other words, everyone should have been paying attention in high school in English class.
Yeah. And a lot of times they don't teach you this in they teach you roots and maybe affixes and stuff like that, but nothing in depth. But son David, just real quick though, let me I wanted to give you another example of how to identify syntactic categories of words. And so I mentioned nouns, so I gave you an example of a morphological level and then a syntactic level. But just to run down, because this is also in the book, and I haven't had a chance to go over it with you all. But just let's take for nouns. Here's how you check for the syntactic category of a noun, regardless of the word. Now traditionally, we're told nouns are persons, places, and things, or ideas and stuff like that. Now distributively, nouns are modified by adjectives. Nouns follow determiners or articles, which are a class of determiners. So we have the, a, this, that, and so on and so forth. Okay. Nouns can be singular or plural. In English and in other languages, it could also be dual. And nouns cannot take an object. So that list of things I just said would be a syntactic distribution test. A noun can't take an object. Prepositions can take an object. And the object of a preposition is usually a noun or a noun phrase. On the table. The table being the noun phrase, table being the noun, the being the article, those together being the noun phrase, and all that is the object of the preposition on. And so what I'm just saying is that these are syntactic analyses. These are based on distribution of the words. And this is how you determine the class of the word. And you have to go through this in order to make that determination. All right, so verbs. So real quickly, verbs are traditionally told to us to be action words. Sometimes a state, action or a state of being. Now, syntactically, verbs can combine with auxiliary words or verbs. Can, will, can play, will teach, can teach, might teach. Those are auxiliary verbs. Verbs agree with the subject. So you say, I teach, but he teaches. See how I had to conjugate the verb. I had to add the es on there when I talk about a third person. He teaches, whereas I say I teach. Okay, verbs can take tense aspects, affixes that deal with that, and verbs can take an object. Okay, so I just show those two. I'm not going to be long winded, but I can show you examples for the adjectives for every quote unquote part of speech or word class, and I can show you examples of these distribution tests that we go through to solidify or confirm the category of a word, how it's used, not when it exists all by itself.
Sorry to interrupt you, but it looks like you just have me hit on my screen, so I couldn't see anything that you were saying if you were sharing your screen.
Oh, okay. No, I actually wasn't. I wasn't sharing my screen. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was actually looking for it.
Oh yeah. No. I would. No. I wasn't. I wasn't sharing. I was just saying it. So hopefully that's understood. I should have shown it because it's a part of the within the grammar.
To you.
Okay, but yeah. So yeah. Huh?
Does somebody else have a question before I go? Because I wanted to make a point clear, and I want to show y'all something that he didn't understand. But go ahead if someone has a question.
I don't think anybody has one. But before you go, so what do y'all feel about share the link? See if anybody else wanted to come in. Now that we've kind of after you get it.
I have one more question that for son Asar. In your presentation earlier today, when you were talking about Kemet, I saw one of your glyphs, and it used the I6 glyph, and then on top of that was the X1 glyph. And was that graphic transposition?
No, I would have to see, because of course that's a dictionary entry, but I would have to see it in the source, and more than likely when that happens, it's more so for stylistic reasons. So it's probably like in a vertical column somewhere,
to you,
and they just wanted to be neat with it. So I don't know of any rule where the T sound, is used as an honorific transposition.
Not honorific, graphic.
Yeah, again, it just depends. So sometimes you'll see that in the front, but it's done for space reasons. And so that's why my hypothesis is that probably on the primary is probably in like a vertical column or something like that.
To you.
So, but you would still read it as Kemet.
To you.
But I'll just share my screen because this is something that he doesn't and he being our good brother Netjer Neb, he didn't understand, and I'm hoping y'all will understand. I didn't get a chance to explain it, not this, so I don't know. Let me reduce these windows. I can't see. Okay. So let me know if y'all see everything. Fine.
To you.
Okay. So remember what we said, that a cognate is a cognate because of other cognates. That it has to belong to a family of terms that have the same or similar form. So what we mean by form is that there is a consistent sequence of phonemes that correspond in one language to another. So as we can see in this first row, the word for prophet in Sumerian is done. It consists of a consonant, a vowel, and a consonant. In Shikam, my word for Egyptian, after Dr. Muba Bengi Balolo, you have the word Kim, prophet. But of course, we don't have the vowels, so we don't know if it is a consonant, vowel, or simply consonant, vowel, consonant like we have in Sumerian. And then in Chiluba, we have Makasa, prophet, game. Now, we can see as we go down some different second consonants in the C2 position. So for every phoneme or grapheme that we see here for each word, we assign it a position number. So the first, let's go to the top on the left-hand side in Sumerian. So that D that we see is in a consonant 1 position. That U is in the vowel 1 position, because it's the first vowel. And that N is in the C2 position, the second consonant position. And if there was another vowel following it, it would be vowel 2 or V2. Now, we generally ignore the prefixes and suffixes. So as a methodological point, when we're doing linguistics, we have to understand the languages in which we are studying. So we have to be able to demarcate between a prefix and a suffix. And so different languages may have different prefixes and suffixes, and so you don't want to count that in as part of the root that you're comparing. So when we're doing a general word comparison like this, we're comparing the roots. So what we have highlighted in red are roots. Everything that is not read beforehand, like this G-kala for cold, I don't highlight. I don't count that because I'm not examining the affixes just yet. I'm just concerned about the roots. So, for example, between the Sumerian and ancient Egyptian and the Chiluba, we notice that in the consonant 1 position of each one of these is a K. In Sumerian is D, in Egyptian is K, and in Chiluba is K. And so I write this over here to show these correspondences. So the way that it is ordered here is the way that I have the column set up. So this is for Sumerian, Egyptian, Chiluba Bantu. And so this line that I have after the consonant is to indicate that it's the first consonant. So the C1, so it's at the beginning. So we expect there to have phonemes after. But you see the ones at the bottom, they have the dash before the consonant. Let you know it's a C2 consonant. It's the last consonant in the word, or in the root, that more so specifically in the root that we're examining. So, but I don't count the ma or the G over here or the U, because these are prefixes on the root. So I can do this, and I see that there's certain changes here. But again, when you know the language, you know the conditions of certain things. So this in totality, in Kong, in Chiluba, can, when it's rounded, become M. And also in Chiluba, M and B interchange. And I demonstrate in my text that in the second consonant position, L and M interchange. So in other, this is why we have different tables. So this wouldn't be my only example. I have tons of examples. So you know that all of these sounds in this C2 position are consistent, with the exception of this one here. So this is an anomaly. So we would have to explain this at some point, but we still mark it down because the C1 is consistent. And so you see that it changes here in Chiseba because of this front vowel, which palatalizes the K. So this is consistent. Chiseba, animal skin, leather, versus Jikoba, skin. So they're in complementary distribution, as we say. So I have demonstrated. So none of these have to deal with the word black. So I'm saying this because remember, he's talking about you didn't deal with the adjectives, and you didn't deal with the word black, because I don't assume that the word Kemet derives from a root meaning black. So I go here just to set up and establish the sound correspondences so that I can argue that whatever I argue is the cognate in Sumerian, that we've taken care of this step. So this is how linguistics is done. And so I further demonstrate, still using the same consonant sequence in Egyptian, but using a different consonant sequence here and showing that they still match up. But as I stated in the lecture before, T's and D's in Sumerian interchange. So there was a sound split sometime in its history. So it's not a surprise that the T and K in the C1 position between Sumerian and Egyptian match, because K corresponds with D and D interchanges with T. We would expect, we can predict that T in the C1 position is going to correspond with K in Chicano or Egyptian. And so R's and L interchange in Sumerian. So we had some R's in the second consonant position in the previous one. And so we have one here, but the vast majority here are L's. And no matter what, R and L, and I make sure that I try to have at least 5, of these sound correspondences. So and this is another thing that you got to understand. This doesn't, even though I can show these consistently, this doesn't prove a genetic relationship. This step is only the first step. All it is meant to do is to set up the sound correspondences and to eliminate chance as an explanation for why till to N corresponds with Kim to N and Inkum to N, or N finished in Chiluba. It's not a coincidence. What we're saying here is not a coincidence that these correspond, because we see all these other examples. So we've eliminated coincidence as a process. But even if all of these were loaned, they could still follow the sound meaning correspondences in loan words. So we have to have another criterion. Netjer Neb doesn't know this. And so I'm very meticulous in these things. And so after we've established that, now I can go into Sumerian and I ask the question, well, what word in Sumerian that obeys the sound laws that matches the determinatives of the word Kemet in Egyptian? That's where this word comes in, Kiduru. Because we've already established that D in Sumerian corresponds to Egyptian K, and R corresponds to Egyptian M. So here we have a putative cognate. Like, this makes sense given the determinatives. So that's why I said that your equation, when you're dealing with Egyptian, the determinatives are key. The classifiers are key. And so your meanings have to match with the determinatives. So that's why, because we don't know what the meaning of Kim and Kemet is, we have to find out through a related language. And so now we have a word that matches every single aspect of the word Kemet and corresponds and matches with the determinative. So now we can go into ancient Egyptian and say that, okay, now we know what the root is. It means wet, irrigated, damp, fresh. Just like over here in Sumerian. Because we've done that work. And every aspect of Kiduru matches with Egyptian, Kemet. And so That's when we can look into other languages. Now we can go and we find all these other words. And I didn't even add them on here for the sake of time. So I just gave this one. O Nganda, village, properly a new pasturage with an abundance of grass and water. And so this is what we see. And so that's why I said that just as you can find Kim, black, in African languages, you can also find Kim, Kam, for farm and country. So when you see Kim with the man and woman determinative, this is how you interpret it. Comb, country, region, nation, country, region. Because as we read in the actual script, it doesn't refer to people. It personifies the country and lets you know that it is a nation, it's an abstract noun. So this is how you interpret it when you see the man and woman seated, the seated man and woman with the 3 strokes, which is an abstract stroke or abstract classified. And so I get into that in the book. And so I hope that aspect was explained. And I just wanted to lastly just touch on this. And so I'm sorry?
Interrupt you once. There was 2 slides back that you flipped through, and that the glyph that I was talking about was on. It was no. Go back forward. One more.
This one?
No, and then it was another one. It was kind of sparsed out. It was like a graph.
Like this one?
Yeah, like that one. No, I don't see it, but it was like this one, but it had like the third 1, 2, 3, the fourth one down where you have the T. The T was slid over. This is Kemet. The T was slid over on top of the Kim symbol. It was just one of the. Yeah, it was just one of the ones that you showed during your demonstration.
I'm not seeing it immediately. And I know it's far back, so I'll have to look through the slide again, because I'm pretty sure that if that is the case, it's way back.
Okay, Teal.
And so, what I was saying here is that you also have a process called internal comparisons. And so now that I have made the argument that Kemet, means a new pasturage with an abundance of grass and water, right? That there should be some dialectical variations that reaffirm this, that also obeys the sound rules that was set up. And so this is where this step comes in, because this K, and I showed earlier in the presentation, corresponds to the dotted H. Even though these syllables are switched, you can see it's still consistent. So complete, in, pay, total up, amount, etc. To fill, be full, pay in full, make whole, complete. So-called black bull, it should just be bull. Mehi, holy bull. A snake, a black, quote-unquote, desert snake. And this is something that you'll find in the dictionaries, because anytime there's something is there, they'll just put black. And it could be black, but it could not be black. It just could be a desert snake. And because they don't do that with the dialectical variations. This is how you know if they got the terms right, because the dialectical variation should match exactly. And so, as I was saying, there's still being stuff unveiled in the ancient Egyptian script and language. And so those of us who are scholars of Egyptian, this is the kind of stuff that we're doing to advance the work, to correct the dictionaries. But we have to be able to demonstrate and prove these things in order to change certain mispronunciations, but misassociations and words to that nature. So when you see, for example, Kemet, Egypt with the N36 mer determinative, this is what they use for river of flood. And then you have Mehi, flood, water of the Nile. These coincide because this ultimately gives rise to Lower Egypt, so to speak, in the swamps and whatnot. They just have different suffixes, saying to the root. And it also reinforces the crocodile tail as the actual glyph. Did you have a word for crocodile? All of this isn't coincidence. We've eliminated coincidence as a result of these correspondences. So when you say Mehu or Mehet, Lower Egypt, Lower Kemet, this is just Kemet over again. It's just a different dialectical variation. And what I argue is that this is the version of the word from the language that originates in Lower Kemet. And Kemet is the one from the earlier conquering people who came from the Sudan and united Kemet. And so you're seeing their words enter the lexicon. And it's confusing. But once you see this, then you're able to make certain types of distinctions and arguments. And so here's not all, because there's even some more variations of the word Kemet, all based on sound rules, internal of the language itself. So I didn't have to leave the Egyptian language to demonstrate that Kemet means arable land, wet, or land with a river, a floodable, a riparian zone, a riparian land, and things of this nature. All that is, I can just stay in Kemet by itself. So all the other stuff just reaffirms what I did in the initial stages of Kemet analysis. So I'll end there.
Nice.
Yeah, does anybody else have any questions? I hope this is kind of clear, because a lot was said today, and I'm sure hopefully everybody's going to go back and watch the videos, what was presented. I just know that a lot of emphasis was placed on adjective nouns today, and I just hope everyone's clear on that, adjective nouns. And what was said earlier makes sense, that, you have to do a syntactic analysis to determine whether a word is part of a word class or not, how it's used, not by itself. And I can't stress that enough. You just can't do that. And
I got a question.
Uh-huh.
Who had more time, Asar or Netjer Neb?
Oh, I think they had about equal time. I think the moderator did an excellent job. The brother Quadro, I think he did an excellent job at making that discussion happen, and I think he gave equal time. But what I do know, though, is Asar took the time he took, and when the brother Netjer Neb had began, he emphasized that it wouldn't take him as long, and he doesn't need as long or 5 hours, and just the choice of his language used towards Asar. I know there's a couple of things, but he ended up taking the same amount of time, and would have even taken longer had not the moderator had interrupted to remind that they had equal time. So that's just the formalities of the discussion. But yeah, that was I say they had about equal time. And that's the thing. See, everybody blames me for being MC Iron Lung, but see, when you talk, time stops existing. And Asar witnessed that today. Netjer Neb obviously witnessed it today, because they say, oh man, where'd all the time go? So I'm used to it. See, I have a talking time machine.
Yeah, but go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I gotta find mine now.
Oh, I was just saying that Yeah, that the emphasis was made on how long Asar took, but that wasn't really necessary considering the fact that Asai, I think, intentionally took the time to actually prepare the audience, like I said before, take time to prepare the audience in order to understand what he was about to present. So the first section of his presentation was just on preparing the audience. And I think that was really great that he actually took time and acknowledged the audience and wanted the audience to actually understand everything. So I think that was really, really good. And obviously it was going to take time.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I understood. Like the whole thing was, I ain't gonna say it was funny and fishy, but it wasn't standard, I should say. So when we talk about doing a they're talking about there's going to be some linguists that reviews the video. I'm like, linguists don't review videos; they review papers. And I'm like, you put all of your data on the page. There's no way in the world I was going to be able to get through 41 pages that I've written on this subject in the original 45-minute time slot that we were given. It just wasn't happening. I just had it took me so long because of the introduction, and I was I was reading some of my bonus slides. So I had bonus slides. So when I got to Desheret and the Riparian land, that was just extra stuff. So, and nobody stopped me. And I'm a former Hebrew Israelite. So we could talk for hours, without going up for air, getting something to drink. But again, yeah. So that's all I cared about was the audience. I did not care about changing Netjer Neb's mind. This was a subject that we brought to him 4 years ago, and he was trying to make similar arguments, and he didn't understand then, and he doesn't understand now. And it would be a waste of time to go back and forth with him on this subject, and he doesn't understand the basics.
I got a question. You in your discussion, I'm not saying debate, in your part of the discussion, you clearly made your point to address the potential source or sources that he would revert to. In his response, based on his demonstration, he had no other way to address you outside of putting your name in every slide. Do you feel that in your argument, for discussion's sake, do you feel in the first part of that what you put forth was legitimate enough to standard tested based on the methods, because you use different methods and examples of methods and you demonstrated those methods? Do you feel like you don't have to say anymore, the pens drop on that discussion with him, or do you think that you'll have to revisit the discussion again with him in the future?
Again, I have as of now, it's 41 pages of a discussion on Kemet, and there's so many points that I brought up and that I couldn't bring up here. So again, this is one of the reasons why I started off the way that I did. So, because I know it's going to be a second before that is released, and people are going to be conversing about this. And so I wanted to give just enough that regardless, it would destroy his argument or anyone else's. And so I made it a point to mention that since 1998, at the height of the Martin Bernal debate and discussion, even though the earlier book came out in the 80s, in the late 90s, the academics were debating hard. This is how I got involved. This is how I met Brother Bernacchi, if you're familiar with him, Medew Netcher teacher. This is how I got familiar with Brother Medew. This is how I got familiar with, what's his name, Dr. David. what's that brother's name out of California, the elder scholar Medew Netjer, Brother Bujal. You remember him?
Um,
Is it David? It's not David.
to Raymond Davis.
Raymond Davis. Clyde Winters. Who else? You know, some people at the Oriental Institute. Like when we was initially going over this debate, the first thing that we did was translate text to see the context of this. And so even then, I still had the mindset that the word Kemet meant black. I was just trying to find the application for it that made sense given the primary text. And so the only point that I'm bringing this up is that I've been doing this for a while. And so I know all the arguments. I already know where he's going. I already know where he can't go. I knew that he was getting fed information by Brother Reggie. I talked to Brother Reggie, me and Brother Unk, the other night. I don't know if it was last night. It wasn't last night. It was the night before. So he told me that he was feeding Netjer Neb information. And I'm like, and I told him, you're going to be disappointed, in the outcome. Because it doesn't matter what you bring. Until you answer those questions that I asked, it's a mute argument. It's a mute point. And so this is one of the things that over the years I've come to discover. And then once I start asking those critical questions, then it became clear. And so I had to jump out of the historian methodology, and I had to go into the scientist methodology, where the scientific methodology requires you to prove things. And so this is why I set it up, and I dealt with the logical fallacies, and pointed out that he makes his conclusion is just a repeat of one of his premises that he did not demonstrate or prove. He just made an assumption, and then talking about Dr. Diop, and it's not even just Diop, it's everybody. And you can't go into no text, and they give you a demonstration of why the word Kemet as a nation means black. It's just an assumption. There's no independent basis. So when you look up I have a book around here that I use. It's called, I've been arguing for a long time. So you gotta purchase books on how to argue. So this text is called Fallacies and Argument Appraisal. Christopher W. Tindali, Critical Reason and Argumentation. So I go through this every now and then. And so I just start asking these questions. And so, that's how I came across, of course, the begging of the question. And so it fit perfectly. And so once I understood that, and not just now, not in preparation for this, I've been had this book. I can make those types of arguments. And so, of course, there's going to be people who deny what I say because they just don't understand. So you saw him trying to belittle the predicate calculus, and I'm pretty sure that he's not very good at math. So to hide that he's not good at math, he tries to belittle and say something like cute computational linguistics. Like, dude, you have to study much math to do computational linguistics. This is the stuff that allows for you to translate on Google Translate, or for Siri to talk back to you, or for those new devices that can now translate in real time while in your ear, all based on computational linguistics. And so if you understand computer science, you know that computers don't understand anything. They're dumb. You have to program every single thing into the computer. So the computer can't make a distinction. Like in human language, we rely primarily on context for the words that we use. So if I say for real, but if I'm like for real, there's a slightly different context for those. Because I can say, what's up? Or I can say, what's up? Same words. If I was to program that into the computer, it can't tell the difference between what's up and what's up. That's something that human beings have evolved to understand from human to human interactions. Computers don't understand that. So you have to be more precise and define everything to the T when you're programming. So this is one of the things that has been a banter in historical comparative linguistics, and why people can just move and do all kinds of different things, because things aren't properly defined and they aren't rigorously held to a particular type of definition and or methodology. This is something that Mboli has brought up, but notice that Mboli's a scientist. He's an electrical, and he has to learn these same things. Dr. Ma'at has to learn these same things, because what those logics, I didn't go into logic tables and how to show that formula and to build a logic table. Those same logic tables is what we use to build computers. And so you have these things called logic gateways and things of this nature. Same programming that electrical engineers would have to know. And so the cute computational linguistics is just a clear sign that he don't understand what the hell it is. And he would more than likely give up because of the amount of math involved and the logic courses that you have to take. And so this is why I did what I did, so I can have a point to have these discussions with other folks at a later time. So I just wanted the record to have it on record, so y'all can go back and see exactly what I did, and then y'all can be like, oh, okay, now I understand. Now that you have some time to just, to view it on your own time. I hope that makes sense.
All right. My final question is, in his demonstration, I wouldn't call it that. In his opinion, what he demonstrated was that, or his claim is that he was demonstrating, Kemet meant black people, but and then in his examples, he referred to the Berlin. I think he mentioned a few papyruses. He mentioned the Cahun papyrus, and he went into the pyramid text, and forgot the other one that he had mentioned, where he was using examples, and then he used Kenti Amintiu as an example. But when you asked him the question that you asked him at the end, he had those examples in his presentation, but yet he stated that he couldn't find the evidence to answer the question. So what was the whole demonstrating thing that he was doing earlier?
He wasn't demonstrating nothing. It was a waste of time. He wasn't demonstrating a gosh darn thing. And that's the point. And so once you answered that question in the negative, you just threw your whole presentation in the trash. And so he's still trying to make the argument that adjectives are nouns. And some fathers, all fathers are males. But what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? So again, you can interpret it. If you already interpret Kemet to mean black people, any instance that you find in any text, you're going to interpret it as black people. There's nothing I can do about that. My point is that you have to demonstrate that this is a fact first. If I came and said that Kemet means dorsal fin, because there's a Kimi meaning that means dorsal fin. that every instance of Kemet as a nation means dorsal fin. You don't have an argument against me, against dorsal fin using his method. So I can say that the Kemetians are the dorsal fin people. They have dorsals on their back like sharks. So they're the shark people. This is a proof by contradiction.
I want to add something that the entire discussion really was based upon the what do you call it? Kind of the vindication of Shekhar Diab's hypothesis with the word Kemet, really. And so the emphasis was placed on Egyptian grammar. And so it needs to be clear that grammar doesn't exist on its own. And just because you use the word grammar or any elements of grammar or any of its terminology does not make what you're claiming to be true, just because you can say certain words that are used in the study of grammar and syntax or morphology, et cetera, et cetera. And so that's what wasn't done. And then on top of that, certain things were not ruled out in the analysis. So for example, the A1 and B1 glyphs of the people determinatives of a kneeling man and a woman with the plural strokes. For example, within the grammar of Rani Kemet, you have what's called participles. And remember, I said participles are adjectival form of verbs, and they can be used syntactically as nouns. They could hold a position in the distribution of words within a sentence in the syntax of the sentence as nouns. But when they do, or sometimes when they do, they take on a feminine, or people will call it a feminine, but they would be the raised bread loaf, and the plural strokes for that. So for example, the word ir or iri, the verb iri, which means to do. Okay, if we wanted to change it into a participle like how I said, we would say iret with the doubling of the R, iret. But when we write it in the glyphs, it would be ear, it would be the eye, it would be the mouth, it would be the raised bread loaf, but it will also be 3 plural strokes. But the word is not plural.
At all.
It's there because it's visually showing you that there's an abstract, there's a morpheme there that's percolating to the top in terms of how it was written in the glyphs, or we call graphemes, or graphs, I should say, representing that notion of it being a participle. And so we have to understand. So when we go to Kemet, the word Kemet, and we see the I6, which is a crocodile tail, the owl, raised bread loaf, and or the man and woman with the plural strokes, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a collective or that it's an adjective and functioning as a noun to represent the adjective, and that adjective actually having a semantic meaning of black, because it could be a normalizing, because the phenomenon that we say when a verb becomes a noun, we would say it was normalized. This goes for anything. The normalizing of something, it might not be black, it might be to complete, or something of that nature. So as Asar, as you were saying, or as people heard you say, that you first have to establish what that is first. Because if you assume already that it's black, then everything you say after that is obviously going to match up to being black. But if you never ever tease that out and unpack that in the first place, then you run the risk of violating logical fallacy of begging the question, and then probably a few other logical fallacies we could think of. And so these things have to be pointed out, and emphasized. But along with that, because I don't know how much long y'all have, I do want to go over another word that was brought up, and that's confusing. Because see what happens. This is another thing. when people transcribe or transliterate ancient Egyptian the glyphs, some people use different transliteration systems, and some people, I call it 1 foot in, 1 foot out, where people will take the transliteration system, but then they'll add little vowels in there. Like you'll see some people, there's a people who do that. There's people who will write Kemet 2, and they'll put KMT, no vowels in between those, but then they'll put a U on the end, Kemet 2, and things like that. That's unscientific because it hides what, it could potentially hide or won't reveal, express what's really there in the glyphs. This is why transliteration systems were created, so that we could be more precise and in sync with one another. But Kemet 2, let me just share this real quick. Just real quick here. Okay. Earlier, when I was reading about adjectives earlier, I had mentioned relational adjectives. That was the second category. Remember, it's two main categories of adjectives, qualifying ones and then relational ones. And so I didn't go over the relational ones, but I'm going to briefly just explain that real quick, because I'm going to go into what I wanted to say. A relational adjective is nicknamed Nisbi or Nisba. All right. Nisbi adjectives are formed from a substantive, which we say is a substantival form, or most people will know that as a noun, nominal form. So Nisbi adjectives are formed from a noun or a preposition, and we call it a nominal form or substantival form and prepositional form. By adding the suffix of a elongated or diagonal strokes, which we transliterate as a Y, okay, in the masculine singular, which is written before the determinatives. Like qualifying adjectives, Nisbi adjectives refer to properties, and their meaning indicates a relation with the term from which they are derived. And so in English, we would have to add the phrase "the one from," or "the one who is," or "that which is from," or "that which is." All right. So, wait a minute. Let me get back to that so y'all can see my cursor. Okay, and so now remember, Nisbi adjectives are from one of two things: either nouns that we're calling substantives, or prepositions. So the nominal forms or the substantival forms. The substantival form of a Nisbi adjective, or is a Nisbi adjective that is derived from a substantive and shows the same declensional endings as qualifying adjectives. That is, the substantive itself plus the Y and then plus the endings. When a Nisbi adjective is derived from a substantive, that substantive may originally be masculine or it may be feminine. Regardless of the gender of the original substantive, the resulting Nisbi adjective will have a full set of adjectival endings expressing gender and number. Among other things, this means that masculine substantives may give rise to feminine Nisbi forms, just as feminine substantives may give rise to masculine Nisbi forms, in both the singular and the plural. The Y ending is frequently omitted when writing Nisbis. Okay, that's understood. It should be understood that the Y, this diagonal stroke, is often omitted. Only the context and experience allows ambiguity to be removed. So I'm going to show an example. So Nisbi adjective derived from masculine substantives or masculine nouns. The following Nisbi adjective is used as a paradigm for Nisbi adjectives derived from the masculine substantives. Netcheri, which is divine one, is derived from the substantive Netcher, which is God. People translate as God, all right, or divine. All right, so here it is in the singular, Netcheri. Notice that just the Y is added. Here it is in the feminine singular. We have the T. Now notice that the ending comes after the Nisbi suffix is added on there. Okay. In plural, we have Netcheru, Netcheriu. And then we have Netcheriut for feminine. All right. Nisbe adjectives derived from feminine substantives. The following Nisbe adjectives is used in the paradigm for Nisbe adjectives derived from feminine substantives. So we have Meheti, northern one, derived from the substantive Mehet, north. Notice that the original substantive or noun is feminine. Now, when we add the Y on there, as we see in the singular here, when we add the Y on there, that feminine noun now changes into a masculine singular Nisbe. And if we want to make it feminine, we have to add another T. And this is why in the glyphs, you'll see two T's here for metet. Most people will pronounce it metet, but it's mehetit with the Y. Remember, the Y is often omitted. All right. Plural, same thing. We have mehetiu, masculine, in the masculine plural. Feminine plural, mehetiut. All right. The ending of masculine plural Nisbes derived from feminine substantives are usually written with the G4 glyph representing TU. Not to be mistaken for the G1. They look alike. So sometimes because of the age of text and things, people will mistake the vulture of G1 with the buzzard G4. Masculine singular Nisbe adjectives that are derived from feminine substantives have similar appearance to dual feminine substantives, with both of them ending in ty. Okay, so notice that this masculine singular Nisbe, see how it looks like it ends in ty? So people may mistake it as a feminine dual, because the feminine dual also has a ty at the end. And notice that there's no dot here to separate to indicate it's feminine dual. This is how we distinguish it scientifically in transliteration, one from the other. And this is why I point out that transliteration systems are important and we shouldn't mix them up. All right, now a distinction is made, in this grammar by using a dot, and this is what I just explained. So for example, we have these two, I don't know if y'all can see that. Let me zoom in. These two niut symbols, which is O49, all right, is a form that has two possible meanings. As a feminine dual form, it means two cities and is transliterated as niuti. Okay, see the dot in between to indicate gender and number. As a Nisbe adjective, it means one relating to a city, or we would simply say a local, a resident, and it's transliterated as niuti as well, but without the dot. That's how we make the distinction. Additionally, the dual writing niuti, which ought to mean two cities, if it were a feminine dual substantive, it is used in a playful manner to write the Nisbe niuti relating to the city, as in this phrase here, Netcher niuti, which is a city god or local god. That is a god pertaining to the city. So why is this important? Now, I'm not going to go into the prepositional forms, but why is this important? Let me just switch over real quick to this here. This is the word Kemet, but as a Nisbe. Now, based on what I said, just those who are inside of this session, based on what I said, this word Kemetiu, is it masculine? Give me the gender and number of this particular word. Is it masculine singular or masculine plural, or feminine singular or feminine plural? Anyone?
It's a masculine plural.
Okay, Ikea, excellent. It is masculine plural. Now, even though it terminates with the T, which is the original substantive, it has the ending EU for the masculine plural. And we see the buzzard, TU, which is used there. Now, this means those related to X. So when Asar gave his computational linguistic demonstration and had the formulas up there, you notice that we have functions, and then within the parentheses, the functions can receive variables. And so this Kemet would be X, it would be the word. And then we have these affixes that are attached to it to make these changes. So the Rodney Kemet word Kemetiu is a masculine plural relational adjective. I just realized I asked that question. I had the answer on the screen. So, David, you probably cheated. No, I'm sure you didn't. Okay.
Man.
The Rodney Kemet word Kemet is a masculine plural relational adjective or nisbi. Relational adjectives are derived from either substantives or prepositions. In the substantive form, the original substantive can either be masculine or feminine. And I just read that. So let me go down to this particular instance. Here we are. So in English, we have to add, those, the one who is, or that which is from, or that which is. Now in the plural, we have to say the ones from, or the ones who are, or those which are from, or those which are. In our case, the word Kemet, the meaning is those which are from Kemet. From a place, because Kemet is a toponym. It is a place name. And I don't think that was emphasized enough, or it needs to be emphasized more. Toponyms, place names. Or the ones from Kemet, or those of Kemet. A similar example is with Har Aketi. Har meaning Heru, being a name for Heru. And then we have Aketi, horizon. Aketi is a masculine singular relational adjective derived from the substantive aket, a feminine singular noun or substantive aket, horizon, which is also a toponym, the horizon. Note that we do not say Heru is the horizon. This is due to the use of toponyms which influence the meaning to be one of, that of, or ones of, or those of, or we replace of and from. Likewise, with the toponym Kemet, producing a relational adjective Kemet, those of Kemet. Okay, Mahetu, those of the north, northerner. Kemet, those of the place where this big old river goes through it.
It's just like saying Houstonian, Philadelphian.
Exactly, Georgian, Washingtonian, New Yorker. We say New Yorker. But that's the point. So hopefully this drives the point home. And this was one of the words that was mentioned, but it wasn't spelled out in the more scientific way that we transliterate. It was spelled KMTU, but Kemetu would be the Nisbi. All right. So hopefully that's understood.
So, Son Ujawu, just hypothetically, that word, the phrase Heru of the horizon, if I was to transliterate that as Heru ak dot ty, then that would mean Heru of the two horizons.
Yes, that would be a genitive construction, Heru of, or belonging to. As would be a direct genitive construction. It'd be Heru belonging to or related to two horizons. Mm-hmm.
Two.
And that's how some people translate it. But it's actually they say Harakti, and when they pronounce it all together, but it's Heru Aketi, and that is Horus of the horizon.
So when we're doing the transliteration on these words, then we have to take this. We have to use the context to figure out whether or not it's a Nisbi or dual.
Yes, and let me go back real quick because that's what I had mentioned here. That the Y ending is frequently omitted, and only context and experience will remove that uncertainty or that ambiguity. This is where semantics and pragmatics and the context is very important. This is where philology and studying the actual text, real text, and not just taking words, on their own accord. And this is why it's important.
So yeah, that was an important point, is that you have to go into the text to answer certain questions. You can't just go from a dictionary entry without context. It just gives you isolated words, and then maybe only one or two forms of the word.
Yeah, that's what I stress. That's why I know Asar Imhotep does it all the time, and many of us do it all the time. But people need to understand that this is a necessary and important step to take. You can't. A lot of people are dictionary driven, and dictionaries is part of your tool set. You definitely have to have the dictionaries in your toolbox, but you also have to have the text in your toolbox. You can't really get far without it, because you don't know how these words were used. And that again speaks to, the fact that, okay, all adjectives can function as nouns, but I can say the same thing about glyphs. All the glyphs are in and of themselves pictographs. Why? Because they're pictures of objects. Okay. But how they function in a particular instance is a whole different thing. Totally different thing. I can take the paired glyph, which is O1, which is the opening, everybody should be familiar with O1. I can take that glyph and show that on its own, you don't know how it's used. Only when it's actually stuck inside of a word and used in a practical sentence that you'll know whether it's a logograph, meaning the full word pair, meaning house, whether it's used for its phonological value or phonetic value, the P and the R sound cluster as a biliteral, or if it's used if it's silent and it's just used to let you know that that the scope of the meaning deals with some kind of enclosure. You don't know that until you actually see it used. And so likewise, that's what is important about, or to show the emphasis on all adjective can be nouns. That's meaningless until you actually show when it's used.
Verbs can be nouns too.
Right. You can normalize. You can normalize anything.
It's like that's why I say it was a waste of time. It's like and.
You could normalize. I mean, you can't normalize preposition on. I'm going to the on, but hey, we'll try to do it. But yeah, you can normalize verbs, adjectives, and you could renormalize something that was once something else.
Already verbalized. That's
right.
That's the point I made. You can reverbalize something that, or renominalize something that was verbalized, and vice versa.
And you know what? I wish I had an example. I was just now talking about that in preparation for
that in my slides. But I want to answer this question real quick from the what do you call it? The chat room. It's been up for a minute.
Okay, hold on. Just real quick. Excuse me. Here's a what do you call it? See, in the grammar discourse, in the grammar, jargon, we would call it verbs of quality. So in Ronnie Kemet, there's a verb or an adjective people will say as the word to be great. Or great. We just say great. But the verb to be great is also what the word means. Same thing for nefer. So how do you know nefer is not to be good versus good one or just a property good? You see, so these are other examples where you have to have both of these analyses. But anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
First of all, he got the whole nefer thing wrong. The glyph that he has is a word for grave in the underword. Just critiquing that'll be too long. I just wanted to share real quick. And this isn't my presentation that I'm going to share. This is Jean-Claude and from the presentation that he did on my website, on my YouTube channel, some years ago when we first brought Jean-Claude and Bowley to the English-speaking world. And so the question was that something to the nature of she wanted me to go over the importance of the T comparisons in the Egyptian that I did. And so I just wanted to first, I don't want to go over that again. I just want to stress something that you're probably more familiar with in terms of English. So, as I demonstrated in the presentation, that when you're comparing two or more languages, you first compare roots Then you compare the grammatical morphemes. So we had a discussion on roots, and then we had a discussion on grammatical morphemes in relation to trying to figure out exactly what T that was at the end of the word Kemet. Was it part of the root, or was it actually a grammatical morpheme? So that was the ultimate question. Because as I ask in the paper, how do we know that Kemet doesn't break down into K prefix and then MT root? You know, you would have to do some comparisons to understand that. So what the T is, again, it is a noun classifier. It puts things into noun classes. It's a grammatical feature. And so just like what we see here, Mboli was comparing, dang, it's been 4 years. Yeah, it was about the time when we started to have these issues with Netcher 4 years ago. So in English, in the singular, we don't have a suffix for words. But in the plural, we have a plural suffix S. And so if I wanted to compare English, for example, with French, one of the grammatical demonstrations that I can show is that we meaning English and French, have in the singular a zero suffix to words, and in the plural an S suffix. So we see if those same grammatical features will happen on the same words, the cognate words. So before this, Jean-Claude Mboli established for the root words, the sound correspondences. That's these things here. So he's showing that hold on. My computer's not slow today. I'll just stop here. Oh, okay, there we go. So he was showing that English and French are related, and these are the sound correspondences for each of them, right? And so he adds Latin just as a third party to reinforce the relationship between English and French. So that's what I did with Sumerian. So I'm going, for example, between I added Chiluba as the third component. So we have Sumerian, and I'm comparing Sumerian and Egyptian, and then I add the Bantu language as a third party to show the consistency between the three languages. So this is what he did. I won't go through this, but just understand that these obey sound rules, and there's formulas. These are the formulas that we're showing here. So when English has F, French has P. When English has th, French has T. When English has S, French has S, and so on. And so, again, with linguistics being quasi-mathematical, you can translate any of these signs into numbers and things of that nature. So now we go into grammar. And so, he was mentioning earlier, Brother Bujaru, participles and, things of that nature. But I'm just focusing on this just to answer your question. So we see that for the words for father, it corresponds to the word père or père. In French, horn, cornet, heart, I can never really say that. Night, nuit. So you say bonne nuit, good night. But you see that in the plural, both of them have the same suffix, the S suffix. And so we represent that with the formula here. So in the singular, both English and French don't have this suffix, a suffix for the singular. But in the plural, they both have an S suffix. So that's what I was showing in not with plurals, but the same thing with Sumerian. So that when you're looking at, for for example, and I'll just try to keep this under 2 minutes. So as you can see, these words are terminated by this T suffix. But the same, we see a pattern here. Remember, science is about the discovery of patterns. And if we discover patterns, we create mathematical formulas to describe the patterns in which we see. So we see this pattern here of these words terminated by T. Many of the Egyptological books will say that this is a feminine gender T. But this can't be the case if they're consistently for the same cognate terms that we established earlier in terms of sound meanings, with the same, sound correspondences with the same meanings for each lexeme, except this grammatical feature is prefixed here in Chiluba. So what is chi here is chi here in Chiluba, and it's consistent all throughout. So this, on the grammatical plane, establishes a genetic relationship, because it would be hard-pressed, you would be hard-pressed to take in loan words and their grammatical features for the exact same words. And so that's why I did this test at the bottom, to show that even without the words that aren't cognates, they just have different words in both languages, they still use the same grammatical affixes to describe, saying these words. And so that's what you see with ancient Egyptian when it comes to place names in general places. They're all suffixed with T. Well, we just proved the correspondence in Chiluba. We see the same thing in Chiluba with Chi for place names or just general places and things. That's why we say Chikam for Kemet in Bantu. So if you hear me say Chikam, it can either represent the language and or the place name. And so we see the same T suffix in Egyptian. And so it's key in Sumerian. So now that I've established Chiluba and Egyptian, my main languages that I'm comparing is Sumerian and Egyptian. So can I find that same thing in Sumerian? And indeed we do as key. And so I bring it back and take Sumerian back to the Chiluba, and we see the same prefixes on the same types of words in Sumerian that we do in Chiluba and in Egyptian. So that's why we are able to equate these. And we learn further that these are reduced forms from these words. So the suffix of place in Egyptian comes from tab. So this is where we get the words like territory from, terrestrial, extraterrestrial, terrain. Those words are cognate with this word here. We say it's ta, but it's not ta, it's ter. But in Sumerian, it's kur or kir. So in the dialect that has kir, that's the one that gave us the prefix of place, ki. And so we find it in Proto-Bantu, and we know that this stuff is inherited. So he's not going to get this. It's just going to go over his head. But for anybody who understands and knows that I have just proven the relationship between, or provided very strong evidence for the relationship between ancient Egyptian, Sumerian, and Bantu that you can't escape from. So now not only have I dealt with the root later, which I showed earlier, I've also dealt with the grammatical morphemes. So I've taken care of everything when dealing with the word Kemet. So I have a solid cognate, can nobody argue against in terms of the meaning of the word Kemet, the place name for Egypt, because I've taken care of all bases. And so I hope that answers your question, and I'll end it.
Man, yeah, I think that you covered all bases. Something I want to point out, something I want to emphasize, that may have some people confused. I know it confused people in the past, is about that feminine T. See, in English, we don't have a gender in the same way that these other languages, such as Ronnie Kemet, has. So we're kind of oblivious to it. And when we come across languages that do have it, our psychological position about feminine and masculine is more so gender based, like this human anatomy, gender based, male female type of thing, and not just two classes, two different categories of words. And so in Rodney Kemet, all substantives are either masculine or feminine. That's how they fall. If you just throw a bunch of words in the air, some of them will fall on the feminine side, some of them will fall on the masculine side, and they have to be one or the other. They can't fall anywhere else because that's the only choices that you have. And so, but now, just as we said that a word on the island by itself, you cannot determine its syntactic category, because syntax, you have to have an idea about the environment. Without the environment, you can't determine syntax. So likewise, you can't really determine the gender of a word in and of itself, unless it's what they call actually gendered in terms of male and female. Okay, you have grammatical gender, and then you have the other gender that we're used to. But a word in and of itself, you can't make that determination. So how do we determine if a word is masculine or feminine? Is the way it affects other words around it in its syntactical analysis. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because what Egyptologists will say a feminine T, they're partly right and they're partly wrong with this bread loaf. Because what happens is the T, the bread loaf, can be a derivational morpheme, which means it takes a word of one class and changes it into a whole nother class. So in other words, it could take an adjective and make it a noun. It could take a verb and make it a noun. Okay, we call it normalizing as far as the process, but it would be a derivational morpheme. So that T, or that bread loaf, will be, one, a derivational morpheme. Two, it will make the word feminine in the environment. Why and how do we know it? Is because we have to look at a word, the words around it. Does it agree in gender or in number as this newly formed word? And it's because of that phenomenon is how we'll determine the gender of this particular word, masculine or feminine. So in essence, the T can show two things at one time. It can feminize a word in terms of its syntactic effect on other words, and it could be a derivational morpheme, which or morph, to show that a class change took place. For example, we have Jew, which means bad. We put a T on there. It takes the word bad and makes it that which is bad. It normalizes it. Or bad one, evil one, or evil, but in a noun sense. And that too can take an attributive adjective connected to it, which will also be feminine, showing that the new word is feminine at the same time being changed in its class. So I just want to emphasize that one bread loaf, and I could say the same thing about the quail chick, but that bread loaf can represent two morphemes at the same time. And we have that in English as well. I mean, I believe we have English, but I know other languages do the same thing, where one morph can represent two morphemes at the same time. And so the morph would be the bread loaf representing derivation and gender at the same time, just like the T, or I should say, what would be a good one? The W and the T represents number and gender at the same time. This WT combination ending for feminine words. Okay, so hopefully that was clear. I'm hearing a big echo, but hopefully that was clear. That we have instances. So even in the word Kemet, because toponyms are generally, this is a general rule in Egyptian or Rodney Kemet, that all place names, now there are some exceptions, but all place names will be of the feminine category because of its effect on other words when they're used in a sentence. But the T is as the comparative work will show, deals with place. Like how Asar, you put you had the chi in front of the words to show that it's either a place or an abstraction. And the same thing with the T, the raised bread loaf. It can show abstraction, but its syntactic function and its effect of other words will dictate that it will be feminine. So I just wanted to point that out, that we only know this. See, we have to, in English we don't have it, so it's something that we wouldn't pay attention to, and it may be hard for us to grasp. But we have to slow it down when we're dealing with another language that has these other grammatical features, and we can't overlook that. So y'all still there?
I'm saying I have to bounce.
Okay.
I have to be somewhere in a little bit, but I do appreciate the time that y'all have taken to invest in your Saturday when y'all could have been mowing the lawn and fixing the roof, and listen to all this nerdy talk about language and ancient Kemet. And so for those who are not who didn't catch the live conversation, again, it was live streamed on my personal website on Asar Imhotep, my YouTube channel, the Asar Imhotep channel, which you can search and find. And thanks to Brother Rujawu for the streaming services. And so y'all can review it on your own time. And so now I'm gonna find me something to eat, and I gotta bounce. So I appreciate everything. Y'all have any questions, hit us up on this channel, my channel, Facebook, Twitter. I think I have an Instagram account. Yeah, Instagram, whatever. Just search Asar Imhotep, Amara Squad, Brother Rujawu, and ask your questions. So I appreciate everyone. Thank y'all for listening. I gotta bounce. So peace.
All right, yeah, that was good. And like I said, both of you all did a good job. And I think this is the way that these intense topics should kind of be raised to the awareness of everybody. So maybe we'll have something else on a different topic.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
All right, yo.
All right, Hotep. And I know Asar had to go, but we got a few more minutes. Does anybody else have anything? We're still streaming live right now on the Amara Squad a channel. Shout out to the Amara Squad, Brother Sanjeti, Brother Uncle Keck, Sonette or Sister Dr. Ma'at, Sonette or Sister Naya, Son Jonathan Owens, and Son Nahisi. All right, shout out to the whole squad. We haven't even done any live streaming as of late, but we're gonna we're gonna get back into it and everything. Every now and then you have to kind of let the topics percolate to the top again and whatnot. So we're gonna start just having some good discussions again and everything. One of the members of Amara Squad, Sister Naya, in the meantime went off and got married and everything. So everybody's doing their thing. Sometimes this could be overwhelming because this kind of work, this kind of things that are done, it's not like it's a job where we're getting paid to do it, and people have to eat and raise family and still function. So sometimes sometimes we all have to take a break from doing doing these kinds of things, but everybody's still here. All right, but does anybody have any other thing to discuss?
Yeah, quick question, but before I ask, we'd like to thank y'all for, just bringing the information, and again, congratulations to Senate Nair. She deserves that break. And well, my question is, and I know you guys went under the hood with the word Kemet, but I'm just gonna ask a surface stuff type of question, and that is, that was Kemet always known as Kemet?
Oh no, the country was not known as Kemet at all times. Now, the word Kemet existed from time immemorial, as they would say, but it was not used as a designation for the kingdom, the polity, until the 11th dynasty, Middle Egyptian or Middle Kingdom. Okay. Prior to that, it was designated. It was used as Tawi was probably the most used form, and we can see that in the titulary of kings. We have Tawi, Sematawi. We have Khenu, which simply means the interior. And there's certain texts that bring this about, because you can see in texts where expeditions were taking place, where people traveled, that's when the land was referred to as Khenu, because they're trying to return to the heart, to the interior, because they're on the exterior, so they're trying to go back to the interior. So Khenu was used. Tawi, the two domains, you have the two ends. You have, so you have Ta, is a dual, masculine dual of the word Ta, which means land. And so Tawi will be two. And then you have Ta Meri, Ta Seri, Ta Mehu, Ta Shemawu, and all these different words used for large regions of the country. But in terms of the whole country being called Kemet, no, it was not used that way until the 11th dynasty. All right. And
so will we say that that Black people had migrated to that location until the 11th dynasty?
Right, I see what you're saying. That's a good point. So what necessitated the use of Kemet? Okay, if the word Kemet meant Black people when it's used as a toponym, which in and of itself is contradictory, but as a toponym, if it's used as a term meaning Black people, then why wait until the Middle Kingdom to call your country Black people? And now people will argue and say, well, that's because of the invasions, the Hyksos dynasties, and so on and so forth. And this is what brought about, the need to separate, saying, this is Black country or the country of Black folks and things. That will be the rationale. But that sounds nice, but within the borders of Kemet, what became Kemet, we have little Kemets. As Asar pointed out earlier today, we have Kemets, and all the designations of Kemet within Kemet was a part of the same theme: land that had access to water. And because it has access to water, it has the ability to produce. And so Kemet, as a large region, as a full kingdom, it was the kingdom in East Africa that had a big, giant, long river going through it. So what better way to designate your place as to describe it as that place which has access to water? And they made a distinction between that which had access to water and what it can do versus that which didn't have access to water and what it couldn't do, the Desheret. So remember the word Ta. The word Ta, if you look at it in the glyphs, the word Ta is a flat strip of land. It's flat. And that's how the Remich saw their land, flat. And that is opposed to the hills. So you have the word Ta, and you have the word Chasset for hills. And hills was used for foreign or the further away you move out from Kemet. So the flat part and then the hilly part. And so we have to understand that this is the psychology and the spatial position that the people had. They made these observations and distinctions. And we have to remember toponyms. See, today we have the benefit of GPS. Okay, so if I needed directions to get somewhere, All I have to do, you just give me a bunch of numbers and letters. You tell me your address, your street address. I punch it into my phone or computer or whatever, and then it'll guide me to get there. That's what we use today. But we have to remember, in history, not too long ago, and then in ancient history, the name of a place served as the GPS as well. Because think about it. If I need directions to get somewhere, how will I know when I arrive there? Only way I'll know that I arrived there is if you describe it to me. And I start to see the things that you described, then I know I have arrived. So toponyms are usually descriptive names of the natural environment, the flora, fauna, and other things in the environment. Whether there's a prominent type of tree, you may have a toponym named after the tree. If there's a lot of water around, the toponym will have something to do with water. All right, so that has to be understood. So like let's take a outside of the word Kemet, let's take another example. The name, let's say Abu, which we know today as elephantine. The word Abu means elephant, but it also is used as a toponym. On its own, Abu is the elephant, the animal, but it's used as a toponym as well for the name of a city in the southernmost part of Kemet. Now, the reason why they called it Abu is because of the terrain, the environment, the rocks there in that location. They look like elephants. Matter of fact, one of the brothers, Sesh, Antoine, when he did his trip to Kemet, he did a presentation and he took pictures of those rocks, of those boulders, those big boulders. Look like elephant ears, big old elephant ears. Yenu, the word in or yun is for a column. And so we have the city of columns, which they call Waset or Anu, but it's Yun, or Yunu, the city of columns. Why? Because columns predominate there, and the Greeks call it the city of the sun, Heliopolis, because those columns cast the shadows down from the sun, and so they call it the city of the sun. And you have the deity Ra and the cosmology coming out of there for all those reasons. Mehu, ta mehu. Mehu means to submerge, to drown something, for it to be under. And so Mehu is the swampy area of the kingdom. Again, these are toponyms indicating something dealing with environment. So the only way I'll know if I get to Mehu is if I start walking in water, walking in the swamp. Up, I must have arrived. I'm here. So if Kemet meant black people, and I needed directions to get to somewhere called black people, then everywhere I go in Africa, I would be there. I would think I have arrived. So in other words, toponyms served a logical, practical, and practical purpose. It allowed people to distinguish one place from another enough so that they know when they get there and when they have arrived or when they left. Because when there's no terrain to describe a place, or it's not a full city or whatever the case is, the Remich practice putting border stones to mark off the territory. Border stele that just outright told you, hey, this is us. Don't cross this line. You cross this line, you're in our territory, so on and so forth. The word cataract, the cataracts that are along the Nile, they're so named because of the rocky conditions, and the water is like brief little waterfalls. You can't get a boat over those. The word chaset, meaning hill, it comes from a root meaning cha, which means to be held up high or hill. something that's up high. So the word for up high became the word for hill, and the word for hill, because of where the hills were located, became synonymous with everything that came from beyond the hills, which is our word for foreign, and it became a word for foreigner. So therefore, the rulers or the administrators or important people that's beyond the hills became known as the Heka rulers, Chasut, of the foreign hills, beyond the hills, the foreign rulers. Chasut means foreigner, but it also means hills. So again, these are descriptive terms, and Asar showed the slides where how Africans name their places. Look at the river, the Nile River, Happy Iteru. Look at the Mediterranean Sea, Wedge Wer, the Great Green. And remember, in certain communities, green is not always green like what we think. Like there's certain communities of people, certain cultures that they don't even distinguish green from blue. And they're not colorblind. It's just that they psychologically they don't have words to make those distinctions. So we have to, so I understand. I know I'm just rambling on, but anyway, we have to understand all of these things. Kemet, it wouldn't make sense for Kemet to be a designation for the skin color of the people, no matter how wonderful and beautiful that sounds for us trying to gain our identity and pro-blackness. But as Asar Imhotep showed, there's a lot of Kemets all over Africa. Uganda, Wakanda, Buganda. So it doesn't always have to mean black or black people. All right. So anyway, I mean, there's really nothing to say. Like, for example, the people who live in Deseret. Okay, this is another example I give. What's the word hedge mean? Anybody know what the word hedge? Hedge.
White or silver.
Right. It means white or bright. And there's places that are called hedge. Hedge and then another word. So are these cities of white people? Because we have the word hedge meaning bright or white? No, it doesn't. The word hedge in those instances is talking about the where the sun brightens and lights up. It's not talking about the skin color of people. You have the white walls in Mennefer, where Ohut Ka Ptah was, the big temple dedicated to the Netcher Ptah, who was south of his wall. He has different epithets, but you have these white walls that the city was named after. So you had these pyramid complexes that were in this location of white walls, and then the popularity of the pyramid complexes dominated to where it became known as Nefer, Memphis. The Greeks knew it as Memphis. But does anybody have anything else? I don't know if people are still watching. If anybody in the chat, I had asked if anybody wanted the link, but I didn't really get a response, and I know there's a delay. But how about from any of you all? Son David, Sis Bev, Sean.
Nothing for me.
Nin.
All right. So in terms of grammar, in terms of our course, in terms of our study in grammar, this is an example. Today is a good example of the importance and why it's important to study the grammar the way that we're doing it. Not only just to study it, but to study it the way that we're doing it. you know, if you buy a grammar book on Egyptian grammar, you're going to just be thrusted into the grammar. At the beginning of the book, they're going to briefly go over some of the basics of the glyphs, how to read them in what direction, and so on and so forth. They go over the affinities of the language, whether it's what they call Afro-Asiatic and stuff. This is the beginning of all of the grammars out there. And I pretty much have all of the grammars in my possession. And what they don't do, which is what we do, is we go over very foundational or essential aspects of grammar in and of itself to form that basis in order to learn the grammar of Jonny Kemet. It's very important, because if not, we'll miss these things. And so just like there's a syntactic distribution of words where only certain words can hold that position, like you can't say the in a verb, as I said earlier. We'll find the same things take place in Jonny Kemet, which makes it easier to identify syntactic patterns and not just morphological patterns with the glyphs and the words. So it's because of this is why we know, if I were to say, if you were to look at an inscription, I wish I had it readily available. It just take me too long to pull it up, but I'll just mention it. And I'm sure you all are familiar with this. If you see the phrase Diani in ek, Unk uja seneb, Diani in ek, Unk uja seneb. When you see that written, there's things that are omitted in the writing that I'm actually saying. Diani in ek, Unk uja seneb. It's because of the morphological analysis and the syntactic analysis that we understand and can show what is meant and what was omitted versus what is there. Because of how things are formed. Like, for example, the what's transliterated as an IW, son Chris. Where do we find that? Do we find an IW? I'm just giving a transliteration because I don't have anything quickly that I could show. But IW, you. Do we find that in the middle of a sentence or clause? Yes or no?
You is the beginning of a sentence, right?
Exactly.
The particle.
Exactly. Okay, so it's things like, things like that we'll know how to parse sentences and how to, and this is based on the syntactic structure, the environment. All right. So anyway, I don't want to go on and but like I was mentioning to you all, we're trying to, we kind of combined our grammar discussion that we do with today's discussion, which was a very good discussion from both. And it's good that the two brothers took the time out to even have the discussion. And I guess, it was recorded. It's on Asar Imhotep's channel, but it was also recorded by the moderator, Quadro, brother Quadro, who's going to, I guess, give it to a panel of linguists. Now, he didn't mention the names of these linguists, which I think should have been mentioned. Somebody should have asked. But whoever the linguists are, et cetera, to just review what was said, which is a little different because usually linguists or scholars, they review papers. That's why you write abstracts and you write papers, because presentations are, you're limited with time and you can't demonstrate and show things that you want. In the slides, you want to be brief. You want to talk about points. You want to hit bullet points, but not really get the meat of everything. That's what the writing's for. So Asar, he said he has 41 pages dealing with this topic. That I'm sure a lot of things he didn't cover or couldn't cover. And Netjer Neb probably had some things that he couldn't include in the slides that he would probably would be able to write down and stuff. So maybe that should go on as well. Sean, you had something?
then no, I'm good. I'm good. You answered pretty much everything and the examples and all of that. So
Okay, was there any questions on the chat? Was anybody looking at the chat?
nah, just some old shoe selling guy popped up in the chat trying to sell some abju wear.
Unc, you said some shoe selling guy.
To you.
Yeah, support Abjuware. He's taking the hood back or transforming the hood one shoe at a time. So yeah, you got Abju wear in the building. I think Uncle Keck was in here for a hot second. But yeah, I don't see any questions. So yeah, I'm going to end it because it's been a long day, and I'm sure everybody here has been listening in some form or fashion. We have people from across the pond, son of Emicat and Sis
Yeah.
B.
Yeah, Table.
Yeah.
The guy wanted to know. You've said this before, but I think he just forgot, and so he's asked. Could you explain what your name means?
Oh. Yeah, I don't mind that. But while I explain it though, let me show it. Well, my name is Wujao Min Ib Erimaat, and Wujao, what everybody calls me and sees, Wujao, is a form of the word that people say as Uja, when they say Unk Uja Seneb. The Uja they're saying U is really a W, Wu, and so Wuja and then U. The last W on my name is expressing a stative condition, Wuja'u, and it means he, third person, he who is in a state of balance or a state of vitality or a sound state, in need of nothing. And so it is classified with psychology with the color green, which is why you see green in my name here. It is also attached to Wajet, which is why you see the snake with the red crown, the Desheret crown for lower Kemet on my name as well. So a lot of times in my art and stuff, I tell a whole story that multiple things at one time. People just see my name, they say, oh, this looks nice. It looks like, fancy cursive. But there's a lot of things within the W of my name. The snake forms the W. Within the snake and within the W, you have the Ja symbol. I don't know if people peep that, but I'm explaining it while everyone can see it. I can't show my cursor to point out, but within the W, the middle piece in the W is the Ja symbol in the word Wuja. So you had the cobra, and that's it. So all I really have to do is just show the W of my name as a logo, and that would actually spell that whole first name, Wuja. Wujao. All right, but anyway, Wujao means he who is vitalized, or he who's in a state of vitality. All right, Meneb is Meneb. Men means stable. It's a it's a horizontal stability. Jed being the vertical stability, where stable or to be stabilized. Men is stable horizontally. Menib is a stable will. And then Eri Ma'at, practitioner of that which is true, or one who does that which is right or correct or true. Ma'at. There's actually a king whose name is Eri Ma'at. All right. And what's interesting is that when a couple of people first saw my name online, because online it's just Wujao, but when they found out that the last part is Eri Ma'at, they assumed that I was a female because I have Ma'at in my name. And so, I had to explain it, that just because you have a feminine or a feminine deity or a female deity in your name does not make you a feminine. There's a lot of kings and people who had feminine or female deities within their names and stuff. Meri Sekhmet, beloved of Sekhmet, could be part of a name. You have women who had masculine deities and stuff in their name. So, so that was easy to explain, just for clarity, just so people will know. But the ma'at in my name is not a reference to the deity. It's a reference to that which is true, that which is right, which is personified as a female deity, though. So, is there anything else? I see we got a couple people. We got Chief Holiday in the house. We got Admiral Majai. I thought Uja meant prosperity. Yeah, see, okay, I'm glad that the person said that. When we translate words, we have to understand that translation is a science and an art. And rarely will you find a one-for-one correspondence between a source language and a target language. Wujao can mean prosperity. But then, like I say this all the time, if I say word A means, if I say word A means X, then you can ask me, well, what does X mean? And then I have to say, well, X means Y. Then you can ask me what Y means. I say, well, Y means Z. Then you can ask me what Z means. And we could go on and on and on. It's an infinite loop. And so what happens? So what happens is we get to a point where we've established enough environment called a semantic environment to know and ascertain meaning. That's what semantics mean, meaning. So we do this enough to set up the environment. It's almost like building a house. When you totally don't know what a word means and you ask and somebody gives you one word or one meaning, that may not be enough. That may be just the wall, two walls. And so you got to ask me, well, what does that mean? And then I give you some more of it until you get a nice enclosure, a nice semantic enclosure. That's when you know what it means. So anyway, wujao or uja, as people say, it can mean prosperous. But prosperity comes from being sound. It's not prosperity as in rich, because like somebody with money, you may think of them as prosperous. But that's not what uja means or wuja means. It's prosperous as a result of being in need of nothing, health-wise and others. That's why it's put together with life and seneb, which is health, vitality. All of these words are nuances of the same thing. Anku, ujau, senebu. Ank, uja, seneb. Anku, ujau, senebu is may he live, prosper, and be healthy. And all three of those things are the triad or triune thing for wishing somebody to be perfect, perfectly fine, balanced. All right, is that it? Because I don't want to, that's it. I see somebody unmuted. Somebody, Sunday, you had something?
Oh, man.
All right, well, that's it. Because then I'll be reaching for questions, and I don't want to do that because then people will get off topic. People start asking me, about some other stuff. Is Egypt really found in America? Did they find the mummies in the Grand Canyon? Is the Mississippi River really the Nile River? Anyway, so yeah, I hope everybody learns, and so we'll resume with our grammar, and we'll pretty much intensify with that as well with the language. But grammar is important, and this is something I'll close with. I suggest everyone, if you have time, take time out to revisit the grammar of the language that you speak every day. If it's English, then revisit that. If your mother tongue is Spanish, revisit the grammar of it. You'll be surprised at what you'll come to learn. Although you do it and use it, you'll be surprised at what you learn because you know, when we communicate, we're in an instance of using something, but really not knowing why or how. We just do it because we know we grew into this pattern. It was organically done. As a baby, we learned, to speak and stuff like that. But we really didn't analyze things or why we do stuff. And that can open up for problems later on. When you don't know all the answers to the questions of who, what, where, when, why, and how, if any of those elements are missing, then you leave yourself a little open, because you can know what to do all day long. Steps 1 through 10, you can know what to do. But if you don't know why you do what you do, then if something gets out of whack or goes awry, then you'll be stuck and you'll be vulnerable. But by you knowing why you do what you do, then you can develop and innovate and create. If steps 1 through 10, let's say step 8 is missing, now you know why step 8 is there and why you're doing everything else. Now you know how to correct it. You know how to substitute 8 with 8A, etc. And so the same thing with language. And this is my approach and how my style of teaching Rodney Kemet. People are going to understand the how and whys. Why can adjectives function as nouns? I explained that earlier. It's because adjectives syntactically behave just like nouns. They take declensional endings just like nouns, only the attributive ones. There's another class of adjectives that don't. And they're not nouns, and they're never nouns. So not all adjectives can be nouns in that sense. If I say the word Netcher Majat, what am I saying? If I say the phrase Netcher Majat, what am I saying?
Book is read.
Exactly.
Yeah. Exactly. Red book. Book is red.
Well, no, Sean, you have to be specific because what you see, and I'm glad you did that, because those two sentences are different. The book is read. I mean, read book, and the book is read are different. And see, that may not seem like a difference because and it won't make a break. In English, we know what people mean. If I say read book versus the book is read, I'm saying the same thing, and so nobody would think anything of it. But scientifically and linguistically, especially when we're studying a language, those are two distinct, different expressions. And so Netcher Majat is what son Chris mentioned. The book is read. But if I say Majat Necheret,
Red book.
now I'm saying read book. Exactly. And so the difference between the two, if I say Netcher Majat, that Netcher, that adjective, is not functioning as a noun and can never function as a noun in that environment, because it is in the predicate and it's only talking about a property, not a property and an entity. Why? Because the entity is mentioned. Majat, the book. But if I say Majat Necheret, now notice when I said Netcher Majat, I said Netcher without the T, Netcher. But if I say Majat Necheret, I have to add the T there because now it's an attributive adjective and it's modifying the noun in front. Read book. But if I take the book off of there and make it independent, the adjective independent, and just say Necheret, what am I saying? I'm saying the read one. Which book? Necheret, the read one. And so these are the differences. And so it's this level of study of the language where you know the who, what, where, when, why, and how. You don't have to say that all adjectives can be nouns and then can't explain why. But we can explain why. And we're learning as a group. I know you all, we're learning. More people are learning all of these different things. But it's important to know. participles, verbs that have an adjective form, and then also can be nominalized. First of all, a verb can be converted to an adjective, and then that adjective that came from a verb can therefore then be nominalized to become a noun in its own right. We call them participles. And they're used a lot in Rodney Kemet as epithets, which are descriptive titles and lofty titles that people have and royalty has and kings and so on and so forth, deities. All right, so this is important to know. All right, so anyway, I don't know if people are still gonna take what their conviction is going to be, whether Kemet means land of black skinned people, referring to the skin color people, or if they're going to understand that Kemet is referring to a place. First of all, it is a toponym. It refers to a place that has access to water. And Kemet has a huge access to water, one of the longest rivers in the world, basically. The Happy Iteru. It has swelled every year in the season of season of Akhet, the flood. And that's just that. The land of the flooding. And then you have Ta Meri, Ta Seti. Those are two things. You'll notice this about the Remich. Oh, and another thing. Now this is just a logical question. If the word Kemet by itself means the land of black people or black people, right? Let's just take the land out of it. Let's say it means black people. Kemet, black people. Then when we find the combination of the phrase Remich ni Kemet, or just without the ni, Remich Kemet, is that saying the people, the black people, like twice, the people, the black people, the people, the black people? Or grammatically correctly, it's saying the people of this place. Kemet being a toponym. The Remich ni Kemet. The Remich who belong to what? Kemet. A place. Remich ni Kemet. Ra ni Kemet. Ra meaning the mouth or language. The language of Kemet. Ra ni. The language that belongs to Kemet. All right, so anyway, with that, I'm going to say Shem Imhotep. I don't see any questions in the chat. All right, so anyway, yeah, so nice after build, and I hope to see whatever comments and commentary that that the linguists, these unnamed linguists, will bring about. Yeah.
Before we end, I want to ask you this question. I gotta ask you this question real quick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It was said that Neb supposedly invalidated Asar's determinative rule, and Asar kept trying to stress the importance of determinative. Did you? Because I know that you paid attention to that. Did you hear that as well? Because I'm not, I know I'm not slow or anything like that, but
invalidate the determinative
rule. Yes.
Well, first of all, I didn't hear a determinative rule, so I don't see how anybody or can invalidate a rule that was not a rule or stated as a rule. Now, what I do know is that the question was asked about the determinative for the color black, describing something as black being the hair glyph, and how shini was actually originally also the word kim as well. And so what we know about the language, that determinative, there are a certain class of words that may not be marked with determinatives, and there are ones that are. We have to understand the function of determinatives. Why do they even exist? Because determinatives, without determinatives, matter of fact, I think I have one I could show. Let me see. Wow. I thought I may have had one that I could show quickly without going through a whole bunch of changes to find it. Okay, so I don't have one readily available, but as I'm talking, I'm gonna see if I can find one. But we have to understand, the purpose of determinatives itself. And matter of fact, I'm gonna find it real quick because I'd rather talk while I'm showing. Give me a second here. All right, here we go. Give me 1 minute. And I promise to be fast this time. Okay, so previously I've done this a few times. I've done several presentations on determinatives in a brief format, a brief lesson. So here's I'm gonna share a couple of slides on determinatives from that quickly. So first I explain what semantics is. Semantics, basically, the gist of semantics, it deals with meaning. All right, without getting into a long speech about semantics or even the field of semantics as a formal field. But when you see the word semantics, just understand that you're dealing with meaning. Okay? All right. So we have transliteration and translation. Let me see. Let me just skip through. Okay. So what I'm stressing here is that when we talk about something as being translated, and mind you, the only reason why you need to ever translate something is when you want to bring meaning. Remember, translation is a semantic endeavor, which means that it involves meaning. That's what translation is. The word trans means to move. Okay, so you're moving meaning from a source language into a target language. That's what the act of translating is. Okay, so translation is the communication of meaning of a source language text by means of an equivalent target language text. Translation depends on knowledge of the language. So I just show an example here. We have the glyphs, these three glyphs here, and the transliteration is how we would transliterate it as RA and then MS for the second one and SW for the third one. And then we would translate it for meaning as Ra, Bor, Him. And then once you translate the words, you have to conform to the target language grammar. So for example, easy one, Spanish to English. In Spanish, you may hear the phrase Casablanca. And that's perfectly okay in Spanish. But in English, when I bring that over, the meaning of it over into English, I have to make it conform to English grammar. I can't say house white, which is what casa means house, blanca means white. We don't say house white. We say white house. So we have to switch it. Okay? So that's just has to be understood. Now, the role of determinatives. What is the functional purpose of determinatives? Determinatives, that's why they're called determinatives, because they aid in determining meaning. So some linguists refer to determinatives as semantimes. There's that word semantics again, meaning. Semantimes. Now, without getting too far off, when we say phoneme, morpheme, lexeme, semanteme, all of those words end in "eme." And they're ended that way because it's talking about the underlying abstraction that produces the surface realities. So semantemes are those abstract underlying meanings that percolate to the top and realized in some kind of form. And this is what determinatives represent. Okay, so now, words spelled with phonographs usually have one or more signs added at the end that serve as classifiers to determine the range of meanings that are applicable to a particular word. A determinative is a device used to express the presence of semantic properties of a word, that is, its meaning. This is useful because homographic words would be problematic. In other words, if we were to erase all the determinatives in the language that they use, we would see a whole bunch of words that look just alike. Whole bunch of words that look just alike. For instance, I'll give 3 examples here. These 3 glyphs here are transliterated as PRT, and we pronounce it with Egyptological pronunciation with Peret. All right? These 3 glyphs exist in all 3 of these words, but these 3 words are different. How are they different? How are they shown or marked for that difference is by these determinatives. The first word is the word Peret. Now, we would pronounce all these the same way as well, given the fact that we don't know the vowels in between. So we would say Peret, Peret, Peret. This Peret means is the season, is one of the 3 seasons Kemet went through. It's the second season, the season of emergence, when the seeds were planted and the flowers and the what was planted starts to emerge. All right. The second one is Peret, meaning fruit or seed. It's determined by a plow. It's a determiner. That's how we know it's dealing with seeds or fruits. So this is a different word, Peret, than this word. They look alike, sound alike, even have the same glyphs if it wasn't for these determinatives. Then we have Peret, meaning to exit. This is the word that's linked to the word Ra'u Niyu Peret Imheru, which is the word for the so-called Book of the Dead. The utterances for the emerging into light or whatever. All right. So the importance of determinatives is to eliminate the ambiguous nature that otherwise we would have in the writing system. Remember, determinatives is a script, is a orthographic thing, because you don't speak them. So if it wasn't for the writing system, you wouldn't need determinatives, because in the spoken language, the difference is these semantemes would percolate as sounds called vowels. So we would have different vowels that would allow us to know the distinctions in most cases. This may be Purut. This one may be Piret. This one may be Parot. We don't know. So in a writing system, we do know. We're staring at them. Okay? So here's another example. These 3 glyphs, transliterated DPT, we pronounce it Depet. 2 words exactly the same without these determinatives. The first one is Depet, meaning boat, and it's determined by a boat. The second one means to taste. It's a taste, determined by a tongue and a man with his hand pointed to his mouth. To taste. Without these determinatives, they will look the same. All right. Last one. 4 examples of this word, when. All 4 of these words have the same glyphs. If we took these determinatives away, they would look the same. They would be pronounced the same by us and everything. We wouldn't know anything from anything. We wouldn't know which one we're talking about. But here, this one means open. This is a door. glyph. This one means to hurry, legs in motion glyph. This is a sparrow, which is a diminutive bird, which deals with negative stuff, blame and stuff. The hair determinative, which means to strip off, dealing with attributes, qualities, characteristics of something. All right. Without these, we wouldn't know. So just that briefly, and that's it. Just that brief demonstration shows how these are very, very vital, very important. So anyone trying to refute or disqualify the importance of determinatives is, in essence, trying to bring back the ambiguity back into the fold, which is what the Remage or the scribes of the Remage try their best to eliminate. That's the purpose of determinatives in the first place. All right. So no, the importance of determinatives was not disqualified or refuted by anyone, and can't be, because the moment you do that, then you're left with homographs. These are graphs here. We call them glyphs, but they're graphs. Homo meaning look alike, the same. These look the same. Homographs. Now, we don't know what vowel is in between these, so I can't call them homonyms in full, because they may be pronounced different. Or homophones, I should say. All right. So anyway, so I just wanted to show that to answer your question, that no, it does not disqualify that at all. And the determinatives that are used are very important. As Asar showed, that a toponym, there's certain toponyms that are used to represent place names. Kemet uses toponym. And as Asar showed as well, there's a lot of words that have a K and M consonants clustered together like that. Why isn't that chosen? Like, for example, if you were to look at Kemet, do I have Kemet up here? I guess I don't. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Oh, no, that's not. Okay, here we go. Let me just show this. I'm just going to okay, can y'all see that?
You.
Okay. If we were to take this determinative off, just as I said with the other determinatives, what would allow us to come to the conclusion that this combination of these three glyphs are the ones that point to black, and not the ones that point to something else? You understand the question?
Yeah, the only way you could possibly do that would be in context of whatever's going on in a sentence.
Okay, that's true. Context dictates meaning. This is when you get to semantics that's married to pragmatics. So you would have to have the context of where it was used. So again, anybody saying that all adjectives can be nouns without the environment of its use, it's meaningless. This is what we mean. So you spoke rightly that you can only tell, if this determinative wasn't there, you can only tell by the context in which it's used. So what was given today, Brother Asar Imhotep showed examples of where it was used, how it was used. Where the word Kemet was not used as an adjective or anything, because in the same paragraph, I wish I had it to show it, because I like to show it as I'm speaking about it. But in the same text, the word Kemet was put together with other place names. It wasn't talking about people. As a matter of fact, let me just show it, because I like to show things. Plus, it give me an excuse to be MC Iron Lung some more. Y'all know how I like to be MC Iron Lung. But hold on, I'm gonna show it real quick. Here we go, right here. See if I can make this a little bigger. And it's probably a little blurry, but hopefully you all can read that. Can y'all read that? Okay, this is the text that was used earlier. All right. We see the transliteration here, and the glyphs for the word Kemet is put inside here to show where it's located. So the translation reads, it was after he had ruled Egypt, Hekai and F, Kemet, and after he had put Redi and F, had put or let the red land, as this translation says, in his company, that he came to us. It was after he had protected the two lands. We have Tawi, Miki and F, which is had protected, past tense, the two lands. And after he had pacified the two banks, Sager in F, which is to pacify or to calm, to quiet. The two banks, Idebwi, that he came to us. It was after he had caused Egypt to live, Sa'unk, which is to enliven, past tense, in F, to cause to live. Egypt, he had removed its needs, that he came to us. So notice that Kemet is used, is a theme going on here. Kemet is being used next to other locations. Idebwi is two riverbanks. That's a toponym. Kemet, Desheret, where was it? Right here. Tawi, right here. Kemet again. So we have Kemet, Desheret, then we can run into Tawi, then we run into Idebwi, then we run into Kemet again, and so on. Context dictates meaning. So if this means black people, then it's to be, is this in distinction from red people here? Is this wet people here? Bank people? Is this flat people? So context dictates meaning. Context is the mother and father of meaning. Because I can take a word and just give you a word in isolation by itself. Remember, the way language works, language is not an isolating phenomenon. Language is an illusion, number one. Two, it is a what do you call it? Inclusive type of phenomenon. You can't have anything in isolation with language. That's not how it works. All right. So anyway, I don't want to be too long, but that's hopefully that answers the question, and also speaks to what you just mentioned, son David, because without this determinative, we would not know, and we would have to use the context. And so this is Kemet, the two ways in which it's written, and Desheret, the two ways in which it is written.
I think what Senshan was asking about, was it determinative law? I think while I was listening to the show, I think Neb started by building a case why determinatives are not always written. I think he was building a case to explain why why it would actually ignore the determinatives or not, or explain why it's not important that we don't have determinatives that that show that are designated to skin color when it comes to the word Kemet, but trying to ignore the rules that we know just so that you could explain why something does not exist that should be existing. For you to explain something just didn't make sense. So I think that whole determinative law was just to explain why he doesn't have the evidence.
Right. I mean, and the final question that was asked was can is there an instance where you can show where that exists? And the answer is simply no. And so now we have to explain it and hold on to the assumption and the belief that Kemet means the land of black-skinned people, and it doesn't. The evidence shows contrary to that, because there is nothing. If I was to remove this glyph right here, there is nothing in it that will dictate or ensure that this is the one that means black. Why doesn't this Kim mean any of the other words that have the same glyphs in it? Like the word to complete, the word to pay taxes, to pay food, to pay make a payment, and so on and so on and so on. There's nothing.
Exactly.
At all. So this is what Asar meant by an assumption is being made first, and he laid it out very, very well about the begging a question fallacy, because when you argue logically. This is something people need to really study. They got to start. We have to start pushing, formulating logic statements, and it comes from math. Anybody who dislike math in school and or science, man, it's gonna be rough. But anybody who understands math, they know perfectly well what logic is and how logic can be expressed. And we have to be able to stress that. We have to be able to stress that more. So people really need to pay attention to logic. But the argument was laid out very, very well, because you can't have two premises. You can't make a conclusion based on two premises that in and of themselves were not substantiated. So to assume that this Kim is black would be a mistake, because if I make that assumption, then I'm going to have a conclusion based on that assumption. So as I was always taught, and as I always repeat and share with everybody, is you never, ever acquiesce to a faulty premise, because the moment you acquiesce to a faulty premise, you will always come to a faulty conclusion. And so the premise is faulty. There's nothing that will tell you that this is the Kim that refers to the color black. Even though such a word exists, this may not be that word. And so to assume that is the assumption. And the brother Netjer Neb went on about Asar assuming, and then name dropped with Sheka and the Geop and other scholars. Yes, people can assume. Yes, our scholars can assume. Yes, everybody can assume. Nobody's above assumption. And people can know all the grammar that in the world and misapply it. Just because you know what an adjective. Look at the English language itself. Most people will tell you that they speak English. But when you drill down and ask them some precise questions about grammar in English, they'll fail. I can ask the audience right now, what is a word? And I guarantee you that everybody prior to me asking that question will think that they know what a word is until I ask the question, what is a word? Until they are faced to give an answer, then the problem starts. Try to tell me what a word is, and I guarantee you will have a hard time. Guaranteed. Because I'm gonna tell you an easy reason why, just one reason why out of many. Because I can give you one word from one language that will end up being 3 words in another language. So what makes a word is number one, language dependent, and two, how that language functions in terms of its analytic aspect versus its synthetic aspect. Does it build words from affixes, or does it build words from separate entities? An example I gave, and something that we recently covered, is the example of move, moves, moved, and moving. Are those separate words, or are those different forms of the same word? And that alone should tell you that a word is not easily defined. Moves and moved. Those are 2 forms of the same word. They're not different words. They're just inflected to agree with the syntactic environment and how it's used. But to the layperson, move is not the same spelling and everything as moves. Moved and moves, so in our minds we would say, hey, those are 2 different words, but they're not. So anyway, all right, I can go on. So let me stop sharing. And anybody have anything to close? Nope. I think everybody's eating. I need to do the same, or something disappearing here. So,
man, look who it is, Ujawu.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man. You growing that gray hair, man.
Hey, it's all good. Shit, Black African Power.
Oh, there it is. Uncle Kex in the building. Abjuwe is in the building.
Yeah, Black African Power, family.
Hold on, let me put it. Hold up 1 second. Let me just make sure. Switch it over. I mean, you could keep talking. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I'm saying I didn't listen to neither discussion. I heard it was kind of long. I wish they would have did like 20-minute rounds, and refute your round, and then give out your information. That way, we could have seen exactly what it is. So, what I mean, I hope it don't take a linguist to really understand the argument. But let me ask y'all this question. And I don't know if y'all already said it, but I want to ask it. So how about determinatives in the Meta-Netcher? So is there a determinative in the Meta-Netcher on a papyrus or something like that that would clearly show that they was talking about black people or black land or something like that? Let's just start with black people. Is it determinative like that in the Meta-Netcher for that on a particular papyrus?
Not for the word Kemet, but the Egyptians, the Remich, they describe things and objects as black. Yeah. So there does exist the adjective black, and that word was used to describe things. So for example, we have Medew, which would be the eye substance for eye paint and everything. That was black. And things.
So I mean, but is it a determinative that's clearly showing you that they was talking about black people? That's the point I want to make.
And I just answered no. There's not.
So hold on. So then, why in the hell did y'all have a 3-hour conversation about that? I mean, not trying to be funny, but my whole presentation would have been that, because I guess just the layman can understand that.
Well, see, that's
Shashi Monty Meta-Netcher do a great job on that, but it's not even up for debate in the Meta-Netcher, because they didn't. It was almost like they wasn't trying to leave things for chance. Like in our language, we'll say, well, that black woman was fly. And so we can have a debate over whether she could fly based off your learning ability. You would think she was flying, or did she look a certain way? But in the Meta-Netcher, they show you exactly what they was talking about. So what? I don't get the debate in that. You understand? Like,
yeah,
I don't get that. I'm confused now. That's the part I'm very confused. That it should have been a determinative there, showing that they was specifically talking about black people. You feel me? So I mean, that's interesting to me right there.
That's part of it, but yeah, see that, and that wouldn't be enough, because if that was enough, then it wouldn't be debated for years and years as it's been now, because you have people that believe that determinatives are wishy-washy, and iffy, sometiming, as it was called today, the sometiming determinatives, to where when you need them to be there, they're not there. And that's the only time they're not there is when you need them to be there to back up an argument. then all of a sudden there's sometiming. But the point is that there's a lot of different elements that help us to determine scientifically what things mean and how they use. And so today we brought out, they showed historical comparative linguistics as a major tool. I was discussing the determinatives right now and the syntactic environment that words are in. And then it's more different between morphological and morphemic analysis. We have to use all of these things. These are all the tools we can use to really just kill the entire argument and the debate. There's no reason why people should still believe that the word Kemet means the land of black-skinned people.
So let me shout out Netjer Neb for even stepping up in class, to take on this conversation. I think more brothers need to really get involved. Brothers and sisters need to get into linguistics. And, shout out to the PowerNet Research Team, Research Center in Baltimore, for the work that Ned be doing in these streets. So shout out to you, brother. But so, like goodness, for me, it's just simple. So just find me a text where they talking about black people and you see the term. It don't seem like it should be that complicated.
Well, hold on. Let me show you. Let me show you the text that was used real quick. You can see it on your phone, right?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So this is one thing that's being used. Okay. So this comes from a text. Matter of fact, let me see, so people can actually look it up. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna tell y'all this. There is a paper, an article, a very lengthy article that's part of a journal that a person wrote that really kills this argument years ago. And I'm surprised that it wasn't even brought up today at all.
Bring it up.
Really, that's where this is coming out of. So this is from the hymn to Sesostris, or Senwosret III. All right. And this is about the 12th dynasty of Kemet. Okay. So this is coming from plate 3, lines 3 through 5 within that text. And so what this is saying, I'll just read the translation again. We kind of went over this already, but it says, it was after he ruled Egypt. I'm going to skip the parentheses stuff. It was, well, I got to say it because we got to stick it in. It was after he ruled the people of Egypt, literally the black land, and after he had put the red land in his company, that he came to us. It was after he had protected the two lands and after he had pacified the two banks that he came to us. It was after he had caused the people of Egypt to live and after he had removed its needs that he came to us. So this is a hymn. They use hymns to kind of sing. So you have this kind of cadence. But this is one of the examples. So if you look at the way this is spelled, I don't know if you can see it on your phone good, but you see the Kim, the I6 clip, KM, and then the T, and then the people. So this is being used to say that it's talking about the people, and they've taken these two glyphs here to mean the color black.
Okay. Is that charcoal, right?
The crocodile tail. So
crocodile tail. All right.
So that alone is a biliteral for KM, and then the bread loaf is T. And then you have the people, determinatives of a man and woman, and then the plural strokes. So they're using this to say it's talking about black people because Kim means black. But they don't know, and this is what I was discussing right when you popped in. You would not know if this combination of the crocodile tail and the bread loaf is the Kim that means black or a Kim that means something else. Because
so how about in context? Could you look at it in context and see what they was talking about?
Exactly, and that's good that you brought it up because that's what son David answered when I asked the question, and that's exactly right. So when you read this in context, it's not talking about the skin color of anybody. It's talking about a place, because how we know that is because, mind you, this is only an excerpt, but if you were to read the whole story, It's talking about locations, places. The red land. They're not talking about red people who literally red skin color is red. They're not talking about the flat people. When they say two lands, it's always talking about locations. Look, the two riverbanks, the two banks.
Red land. They say the red land too. Okay, so let me say this for just the layman people listening. So if I bring up the example of, and I'm writing a story about going to a club, and we go through the door, and when we open the door up, when the bouncers let us in the club, we see a whole lot of fly black women around there. They well dressed, you know what I'm saying? They look good, they smelling good. You know what I'm saying? And we gonna talk to all them fly women. So you couldn't come back 2,000 years and say they was talking about women flying in the air. Because in context, it's clear we was in a club, they was well dressed. So that's basically what you're saying, right?
That's part of it, because that's the importance of the semantics, the environment, context of what you said, earlier.
Right. It's also, so it wouldn't make sense for us to say they was flying around the club. Because first of all, we know humans don't fly. Second of all, why would you be flying around in a club? And the whole thing would be crazy to say that. All right, I just wanted to make that point there. But I'd like to also say, I remember a time, I think probably Saul went over where the actual claims come from. I remember a time when I was dealing with the Shashumani Netcher, and we was we was in a group, and we was talking about, I think it was on Facebook. We was talking about Dr. Ben. You know, that's like my favorite teacher. And so he talked about how they came from the beginning of the now with the God Happy dwells, on the papyrus of Hanefa. And I was saying, yeah, that was it. And they would say, no, that's not it. And they explained it to me. And I could have been hard-headed because Dr. Ben is my man. You feel me? Mm-hmm. And the group, they explained, they talked to me. You know what I mean? They gave me respect, right? Of course, I respected them, and they kind of showed me what it was. Now I could have been bananas and balked at them. I probably would have got beat up on that subject, but it's just important for us to always be open for learning. It's just very, very important. And so, appeal to authority, document, and all that, like, that's not it. The point I really want to make is that you look at where the claim came from and you go to try to find it. And so, based off what I've learned, you can't find it nowhere in the papyrus of Hanefa. And so based off of this claim right here, you really can't find it on a papyri. It's going to kind of explain.
And that's a good comparison, because see, all of our elders, we love them, and they have done tremendous work that had it not been for them, we wouldn't be doing what we're doing. But sometimes people get stuck, and they either name drop, which is appeal to authority in a debating situation, or they feel like because we have emotional attachment that these elders or whatever can't be wrong, or should be excused from any kind of error, mistake, or whatnot. So Asar opened up his presentation by quoting Diop, saying that he wants people to correct him and to look into what he's saying and not to believe him and everything. So that was good. But just for everybody listening, I want to let everybody know that if you want to understand how the word Kemet is used in its proper context, I'm going to point you to one story. There's many, but I'm going to point you to one major one. It's the tale of Sinuhe. That's how it's spelled. S-I-N-H, Sinu, S-I-N-U-H-E. Sinuhe, or Sinuhe. Look that up, get it, read it. The tale of Sinuhe. Matter of fact, I'll see if I'll post a link to it. But if you read that, you'll see where the word Kemet is used all throughout that story. Okay. All throughout that story. The word Tamare, Kemet, the word for Rani Kemet, which is the language of Kemet, is in there. Okay, and so we'll see how it's used, how it's used in distinction between Desheret and foreign lands and stuff like that. It's not talking about the skin color of people.
So should we go to other languages, other tribes, to see how they was using it, or does that make any sense, or what?
Well, when we say using it, see, we got to determine what it is. Okay, but okay, you talking about layperson. Let's look at the logic, right? In Kemet, now I want everybody to answer this. In Kemet, within the borders of Kemet, the scribes who actually represented the people on the walls of Kemet everywhere, what is the dominant color that you see the scribes represent the male figures in all of the inscriptions and scenery and stuff like that? What's the dominant color?
Wasn't it red?
Yes. It's a reddish color. Some people say reddish brown, but it's a reddish color. It's not black in terms of the dominant color that was used. For the majority of the entire life of Kemet, over 3,000 years, statistically, about 90% of all depictions of all men, because women are a different story, and that's another conversation, but the 90% of all depictions of all men are in this reddish pigment, this reddish brown pigment. Now, another question. How did these same scribes depict the southern neighbors of Kemet, people that was not citizens of Kemet, but people who live south of Kemet? What was the dominant color used for that?
Would that be the Nubians? They depicted them as being black.
Okay, so now logic, because this speaks to when you said we talking to lay people and keep it simple. So if the Egyptians represented themselves visually, because remember, color is a visual thing. If they represented themselves for over 3,000 years as a dominant color, as in reddish brown, and they represented their southern neighbors in a dominant color of black or a much darker pigmentation, what sense would it make to name yourself black, but then don't name the people who you painted black?
Oh shit. Oh shit, that's crazy. It don't make no sense.
Right. Why go out your way to name your country the color black, but yet you never depict yourself as the color black? Because check this out. If I was a foreigner and I came into Kemet, and prior to me coming into Kemet, I learned of the name Kemet, and somebody told me that the name Kemet meant black, and it was used because of the people were black, then I'm gonna be like, okay, cool. And then I'm gonna go down into Kemet. I'm gonna go into Kemet, take a trip, come into Kemet. What am I expecting to see? I'm expecting to see a representation, especially by its own people, to represent themselves as black. But look what I see. I walk into Kemet and I see reddish brown everywhere. Reddish brown. But then I see on the wall, I do see some black people. But guess what? They're not Egyptians. So I would be confused as I don't know what.
All right. So let's get to the crux of it. It always has something to do with our mental and the way we think about things as a people. Based off of the fact that we was enslaved for 500 years, based off of the misinformation, based off of us trying to fight to get back to our history, I guess Diopson felt it important to clearly show that these people were black, and so but at the end of the day, I'll never forget it. When me and you had the conversation, I was trying to do my little shuffle thing, and you like basically, so go ahead and name yourself black in a place full of all black people. How the hell I'm gonna find you? And it hit me like a ton of bricks. If you name yourself the land of black people, you will never find it. You're gonna find everybody. You'll never find the people you was looking for. It will be an impossible task.
You know what? That's
everywhere is black people. It'd be ridiculous.
But yeah, and I'm glad you said that, because that goes right with what I just said. Because if you name yourself black among other blacks, you'll never find yourself. But guess what? When you actually go to the place and look for them, you see red. You see reddish brown. And then you do see the black people who are depicted on the walls are called some foreigners.
So you go to the wrong place. Then you be down there and looking crazy.
Like if you're looking for namesake blackness, you're gonna be in Sudan and not even in Kemet. You're gonna be in Kush territory. You're gonna be in Nahisi territory. Ta-Nehisi is the region that they translate as Nubians. I don't use that word Nubian for that, but it's Ta-Nehisi or the Nehisiu. And so the Nehisiu were depicted as a very dark pigment, very very dark brown to black in the depictions, while the Egyptians themselves painted themselves as red. Matter of fact, I'm gonna close with this. I'm gonna show this real quick. Man, I've been saying that all night. I know y'all like, man,
quick, yeah, you on it real quick.
I'm a real quick y'all to death, but
Real quick.
but it's worth it. So let me just show this real quick. And I said it again. But hey, give me 1 second. Let me set this up here. But yeah, so those are good points to be made. And so see, and it shows. I'm glad that you said like how you saying you could have kind of fought it, but you looked into it yourself and all that good stuff.
But the Neb's credit, I mean, he's fighting to be a linguist. So I mean, he's supposed to jump out there like that and try to use the methods. I mean, that's important. You know what I'm saying? That's important as our development as Africans to challenge ideas. You know what I'm saying? And he put his best effort forward. So, you know what I mean? I'm going to have to go back and watch it and make a fair assessment. But just based off me not knowing anything about linguistics, you know what I'm saying? Just using some reasoning, you know what I'm saying? And I know trying to reason and common sense don't really work in science at all, right? But just, you know what I'm saying? And I know it don't. But for the sake of people naming themselves a color that they don't even depict themselves that color, most of the time they depict their neighbors that color, but still don't call them black. I mean, it's interesting. You know what I'm saying? It's real interesting. I guess
exactly. So let me show this because that's a good point. But at the same time, we definitely have to be cautious.
What's the word? Acquiesce. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, you can't acquiesce to faulty premises and things like that. So especially when people spend 4 years to make an argument, you have to evaluate the progress if progress is being made. But let me show this real quick. This is a presentation that I actually did before, and I may redo these because a lot of people may not have seen them because we kind of keep these in house or to a smaller audience, people who dealing with the language, but probably need to start showing them on the Amara Squad channel and everything.
Yeah, because I'll be the dumb audience when it comes to linguistics. You know what I'm saying? Like like Neb, man. I talked to him about linguistics, man. He has a pretty good understanding of it. But it's levels to this shit, though. I do understand that, and I think the brother's on his way. To be honest with you.
Okay, now check this out.
Go ahead.
Okay, so in this presentation, I'm not gonna go through the whole presentation. I'll just be real quick because I want to make a point, and I'll just close with this.
Real quick, there you go.
Yeah. So this was part one. It's a 2-part thing, but part one, this was a non-technical part. So I'm just gonna share this part, right? So the question number 1: if the kingdom of ancient Egypt's name Kemet means black and refer to the skin color of its inhabitants, does this reflect in how the inhabitants themselves portray themselves in art and in inscriptions? That's the logical question. That's the question that's for the layperson. Okay? It's a if-then question. Okay? So now, statements. Statement number 1. Naming conventions are of a very high importance in African communities. We all know this. 2. The king was the highest representative for the kingdom and its people, after which the hierarchical administration and officials. We all understand that the king was the most important person in Egypt. And then you had the hierarchy of administration officials, right? The vizier and the so on and so forth, okay? 3. There is a plethora of material artifacts from ancient Kemet dating from its beginning to its end. Approximately over 3,500 years worth of material stuff, okay? 4. The scribes of ancient Kemet had access to materials to produce various pigments for their craft. They had access to produce black, red, white, green, and other colors. All right, so these are just statements, okay, that I think everybody will agree to. So now I'm just going to quickly go through these, right? So here's from the 4th dynasty. This is a statue of Ya'i-ib and Kaut. Or Kuaut. You see his color here, right? Reddish brown. Everybody can see that on the panel?
Yeah.
Oh, can y'all see this?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So this is 4th dynasty. This is old kingdom. This is old stuff right here. 4th dynasty. His hair is black. His body and face is deshir or reddish brown. And like I said, I'm excluding women, not as a male chauvinist thing at all, but women were depicted in yellow and other colors for different reasons. So I'm excluding that as part of the conversation. I'm only focusing on the men. Here's another one. 5th dynasty, tomb of Princess Idut, Seshat. What color is this gentleman here? Reddish brown.
He's brown.
His hair is black. Look at all these figures here on the bottom here. Reddish brown. So as I'm showing these pictures, ask yourself, if Kemet as a word was chosen to designate the country because the skin color of the people, then why on a national level, the norm for the scribes to represent its people, did they not depict people as black? Instead, they depicted them as a reddish brown. All right, let's keep going. 5th dynasty, the Mastaba of Ti. We have a gentleman here sitting here, reddish brown. We have people here attending to the cattle, reddish brown. Their hair is black, but their skin is reddish brown. All right. Compare 4th and 5th dynasty. There you have the two colors. Now this is the range. Now notice because of age and because of the excavation, these colors may have been a little faded, damaged, and so on and so forth. And the pigments are not going to be exactly alike. But the point is that it is some form of reddish brown. All right, that's the point. Let's move on to another one. I'm just going to show these pictures. Quickly go through these. 6th dynasty, the tomb of Mereruka. Look at these figures, reddish brown. Another tomb, the mastaba of the tomb of the 6th vizier, Neb. Everybody in here is reddish brown. Even though this picture is taken a little farther away, but you can still see all these figures. Reddish brown. That's 6th dynasty. We walking through the dynasties, y'all. The mastaba of the tomb of the 6th dynasty vizier again. Reddish brown. His wife is in a yellow golden color. Now we're going to bump up to the 12th dynasty. Up, another color, reddish brown again. 2 slightly different shades, but reddish brown. And remember, the scribes alternated these colors when you had a massive amount of figures connected to each other or near each other to show the plentifulness, to kind of multiply the multitude if they're trying to show that there's a lot of people doing something. All right, so they alternate a little different shading or pigments. Okay, so you have a more lighter reddish brown and then a more darker reddish brown, and they alternate one after the other. All right. That was 12th dynasty. Now 18th dynasty. Everybody in here is reddish brown. All right. I'm gonna keep going. Go faster. 20th dynasty. Reddish brown. All right. Now, all of a sudden, this is what I said, son David. Now, all of a sudden, we get to some people who are not Egyptians. And so we see a king of Kemet here, reddish brown, but then people who live south of Kemet, not within Kemet, again, south of Kemet, outside of the borders of Kemet, who are depicted as what? Very, very, very dark hues of a very dark brown to black. These are the Nehesiu, coming to pay homage or pay tribute inside of Kemet. So now, I'm not going to share anymore. Like I said, it's a whole presentation. I'm not going to do that to you all. But I want to just say this again, that now this is just for the lay logic. This is basic logic. This is without getting technical into the linguistics as took place earlier. If Kemet, Sonnet Imhotep asks, was Kemet always called Kemet? The answer was given, no. It wasn't called Kemet as far as the name of the kingdom until the 11th dynasty. So if Kemet took on the name Kemet for the purposes of designating the skin color of its people, then why, in the over 3,000 years of Kemet's existence, did they not nationally represent themselves indicative of that name, black? But yet they depicted people south of them, foreigners, as black. That's the question. Nobody can get around that. And we do consider the very rare occasion, such as Ahmose Nefertari, who is depicted as black, and Osir depicted as black. But if you look at the context of how and why they're painted black, and you read the text around it, there's a totally different reason. It has nothing to do with anything dealing with Kemet. So again, the question stands. Because remember, a nation has national themes. Even today, you go to Kenya, Kenya has an official language. Kenya has an official flag. Kenya has an official mascot or totem. United States, the mascot or figure is the eagle. We speak a national language, an official language, English. We have a flag, the Star Spangled Banner, or whatever the case is. Every state within the United States has a sacred animal, or a mascot. It has a flag. It even has a slogan and all these things. So it's no different. In ancient times, they did the same thing. So nationally, what is the national push or expression of Kemet's citizenry in terms of skin color? Reddish brown and not black. What is the national representation of foreigners south of Kemet? Black. So Kemet should be Sudan, if that's the case. So the logic is flawed. Again, never acquiesce to a faulty premise, because you will always be led to a faulty conclusion. This is just some basic layman type of logic that I'm saying right here, right now, that nobody can get around. Now, I could show pictures from every dynasty. That would take too long, where we can see the reddish brown, reddish brown, reddish brown, reddish brown. And I can show you where every instance where they're talking about the Nehesiu people south, they're the darker pigments. Darker. Either they're dark, very dark brown, or they're even black, as you see in this picture right here. So even when we go here, this is a redrawing, of course, but the person on the right. Okay, let me ask. I'm not even giving it away. Let me ask anybody on the panel. Out of 1, 2, 3, 4, we got 4 figures here. Which one is the Egyptian?
Number 4.
Number 4. Far right.
Number 4. So now look at how quick we can say that. How did you identify that as the Egyptian?
What they have on, the hairstyle,
beard.
Yep.
And the pigmentation uses, because this is what you see in all of these, 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 this, the one on the left hand side for this. That's why you say that this is Egypt. Now, if Kemet meant black-skinned people, then I suppose to put Kemet up here. Let me write it here. Would I be correct to do this?
Man.
If I'd never seen the paintings or anything like that, and we go by Kemet meaning black people, then that's what I would point to.
Exactly. You would call this person Kemet, but you'd be wrong. This is a Nehesiu. This is a person from Nehisi, Ta Nehisi, the land foreign to Kemet, outside of Kemet. All right. So I want that to be understood. And so anyway, I'm doing this because Unc actually brought up a good point for the layperson without bypassing all the linguistic argument. This is just some straight logic, like how people call, common sense type of stuff. These are questions that are born out of that. It's going to force people to think on that kind of level. Let's show some more real quick. You see these dark figures here in the bottom? You would think that because the word Kemet means black people, that these would be Kemet. But they're not. None of them are Egyptians. This is Kosh right here. Kash, or Kushites. Here is the Iram. Now, mind you, these are all people that are from the region, the large territorial region called Nahisi. You have the Innu people that was there, south. And this one is damaged. I can't make it out in small right this minute. But you have the Kushites, you have the Iram, and you have the Innu, as far as the dark. And here's probably close up. We can identify them. Kushites, and these are other foreigners. It's only showing one of the dark ones. So this is the Babylonians, the Senger, the Sashu, the Chehenu, the Keftiu, and the Naharin. So anyway, I'll end it there. Here's a picture of Athmos Nefertari, who we do acknowledge that is painted black. That's how, based on what people are saying, Kemet means. That's how everybody in Kemet should be depicted nationally, as a national color of its people. Like I'm gonna give you an example of why that's important. When you go to the bathroom, right, in a public setting, to distinguish between male and female bathrooms, there is a common thematic emblem that's put on the door that has a certain look, and you could tell that it's a man. And you go, that's the men's bathroom. You know one that's like a woman, that's the woman's bathroom. So that's an example of a common theme that's accepted and in sync and consensus of the people. So if Kemet was the name that meant black-skinned people, then where's the consensus in its national visual representation? It doesn't exist. All right, so with that, I'm going to stop, because I can keep going and on and on. All right, so I don't even know who all's still here in this room. Still here? Nah, he rolled out.
People in the chat room, man, they don't want you to stop. But you've been going all day. I don't know why they don't understand that.
Yeah, we've been going since 9 o'clock in the morning, man. I've been at it. Well, actually, I was listening, attentively listening, and like I said, hopefully people go back and listen to it. It's necessary and everything. I'm familiar with the arguments. I'm familiar with Netcher Neb's arguments because this has been going on for about 4 years. I actually have the discussions saved. I save all worthwhile discussions, of particular things that, of interest to me. And I have the discussions from the very beginning, before Netcher Neb was even dealing with linguistics. And he was arguing against linguistics, against proto forms, against this, against that, and it's good. Against Mboli's work and the whole nine. But it's good to see the brother has, instead of arguing out of not knowing and just arguing for argument's sake, now the brother is taking the time to learn linguistics and apply it. So that's what Unc was speaking to, that Netcher Neb stepped up and everything like that, and that's very good to see. And so we have to applaud the brother, and hopefully other brothers and other sisters will take the time out to do the same. Before they open their mouth, they at least start studying something and start to apply it. But that alone is not enough. That goes for anything, and I hold myself to the same standard. But this thing for me, the grammar and stuff like that, I've been dealing with this for over 7 years. And there's as far as what's known about the language, I don't know everything. And all the scholars will admit that we still have a lot to learn about Egypt itself as a whole and the language. But from what is known, I'm pretty competent and proficient and confident in that. All right. So anybody got anything to close? I know Sean will be like, well, I got one more question.
Nah, I'm done, man. I'm done.
Yeah, we'll call him Sean Queries.
Yeah, I'm done.
You said Sean Queries?
I was stirring the pot on purpose, though. Yeah, I was stirring the pot on purpose. I wanted to extend the conversation a little bit longer because of the uncertain. I didn't want nobody to have uncertainty what you witnessed today and actually took place. If you listen to it live, actually took place, and it was what you thought it would be. I
You see the word semantics.
Yeah, I knew this was gonna happen. I just wanted to hear if you would show us something that could help us. Unk back in the building, but I really did thought that he would grab an old kingdom inscription and put it up and get into the inscription so that we could elaborate on that, or he could introduce us to something that he didn't use before. Whether he had Brother Reggie's help or not, that's irrelevant to me. You can get your information from wherever you can get it from if you feel the need to. At least he had the decency to ask, or go outside of himself. But I just thought that he referred to others a lot and not trusting only his own research and work at some times. And then he just appealed to authority other times. But I really didn't get some questions answered. I guess I was looking more so to be taught by Neb in the essence, because when he was using these words and the grammatical words and so forth, these you can lose people in the chat room. Had you and Asar and Sanjeti never been mentioned in some of these linguistic terms before, some of us wouldn't have an idea. So,
but let me say something to that though. That's where it got kind of weird a little bit. Not on the part of Netjer Neb or Asar, but the whole thing, because the one of the intents of this was to record their presentations for a panel of linguists. So it really wasn't built. It wasn't really made for an audience at first. So I want to make that clear. So it wasn't really made for an audience at first. It was supposed to just be them coming together, give their presentations, it'd be recorded, and then handed over to a mysterious panel of linguists that goes unnamed. To this moment, I have no idea who they are. Who they are. Now they may know. So I mean, I don't have skin in the argument, so it may not be for me to know. So I'm not saying that it's being kept secret, but at the same time, you would think that it would have been announced who the linguists are, because just because we don't want to fall victim of appealing to authority, but we do want to go to linguists who specialize in these things to get their commentary. But still, so that's good. But I see Jehudi Ma'at, he said, would y'all please explain the symbolism of colors and why they were used for the viewers? The colors. Yeah, see, that's gonna be a long thing. I can't do that.
I had one more thing real quick.
But you do go ahead.
I just but in a sense, if I was a panelist or someone that was judging it, let's just say, I'm just asking, would it come off easier to not only put forth the work, but define these terms and show and demonstrate that I know exactly what I'm doing here?
You have a good point. You have and that comes with the time spent in doing this kind of stuff. Like if you're used to giving reports, papers, doing, even from like grade school, we start to learn this process by giving book reports. Like, teacher would tell us to read a book, and then we had to give our synopsis of it, and we had a certain format to follow in doing so. That is the laying the foundation to be able to articulate things later on and prepare you for college and the research type of stuff and everything like that. And when you know that and you're good at that, then you already know that you have to define your terms. This is just something that's basic to scholarship, period. You have to start off and define key terms. You have to define everything, but define key terms, define what you feel may be new terms to a reading audience, and you have to know your audience that you're writing for, whatever. you may have a narrow scope of an audience, or you may have a broader scope. And if in either case you still do similar things, you define everything to make sure you cover your bases. Law works that way. Every single contract that you read or a party to will have a section for definitions. And if it doesn't, then you better get that contract looked at again. But it has a definitions because every single piece of communication, whether it's verbal or written, creates its own vehicle. And when you come inside that vehicle, you have to define things. And it may not be the same as it's being used outside of the vehicle. So, for example, if I were to say, I got butterflies in my stomach, then within this context and vehicle, everybody that's listening to me will understand that I am using butterflies as a metaphor for nervousness. Well, if I say I got butterflies in my stomach, I'm simply saying I'm nervous. But outside of this environment, somebody may take what I'm saying literally and think that I got some butterflies flying in my stomach and what's wrong with me? Or how's that possible? And think I'm crazy by thinking that butterflies are in my stomach. So every piece of communication has a scope to it. This is under the domain of semantics and pragmatics, and this is something I encourage people to learn, at least the basics of both of those. Pragmatics is more situational communication. Semantics is the more generalized meanings based on consensus and things like that as a gist of those. So, but that's important to understand. But just to touch on that, what Yehudi asked about the colors. The colors, we just have to understand that colors are used as ontological instruments. In other words, or taxonomic instruments, meaning that colors are used as category labels. The top label of certain categories. For example, even today, if I say, what color comes to mind if I say the word love to you? Sean, what color comes to mind? Love.
Red.
Yeah, what color comes to mind if I say anger? Asar Imhotep.
I would say red too.
Okay, what color comes to mind if I say very balanced and healthy? Son Chris. Healthy. I don't know if he might not be available to speak.
Yellow.
Oh, say it again. Somebody said something.
Vanessa wanted to say something.
Oh, Vanessa, what color? Health.
Yellow.
You say yellow?
Yellow.
Okay. Now notice this. Now notice that we can come up with certain topics and we can actually assign them to a color. And we still do this to this day. Like intelligence is associated with the color blue, like the blues. Health is associated with greens, like vegetation, healthy food, greens. Have you had your greens today? White is associated with things that are clean and stuff. And people have a problem with that because we call people white. And then we know that white is a symbol of cleanliness. And so in our minds, we're wrestling with that. And black is deal with, swarthy, dirty and stuff. And, so we got angel food cake and devil's food cake, that whole thing. But the point I'm making, though, is that colors psychologically are used as taxonomic or ontological instruments to categorize things. And every culture does it. And in Kemet is no different. They take verbs. There's certain key basic colors that are used that are verbs that are normalized to become the colors. And they use them because they had this massive categorization system in place. All right. So there's more to it, but like I said, it'd take a long time to explain. So it's quiet now. So I am going to take this opportunity.
Before you close out, I just wanted to say dua to obviously Asar Imhotep and Netjer Neb. for taking all that time to show us this presentations, and because we actually learned a lot, and I know that Neb did show a PayPal account for donations. So if y'all go back, definitely support, because it does take work to put all this kind of presentation. It takes work, it takes time. And I just wanted to say one more thing is that I'm definitely very grateful. And I know you did mention this in the grammar class before, that you intentionally started teaching us morphology and before we get into the syntax, just to understand certain fundamentals and basic stuff that will help us understand the grammar bit. And because we haven't seen that applied, but I think today, for me, that kind of put all that into place, why it is very important, and actually to see the benefits of understanding just that morphology and then getting into the grammar, because that we did actually get into that today in the presentation as well. So I think that was just really amazing, and kind of gave me that put that extra fire underneath me to just kind of learn and push towards the grammar, even though that beginning section has been kind of difficult for me, and I don't know about the others, but for me to kind of grasp. But I see the importance of it and why it all makes sense. So Dua.
Okay, that's good. And one last thing, on my screen, I am sharing a picture, and this is because I last time I mentioned what I mentioned earlier about the skin color, and I was trying to make it very simple and into the layman's terms of logic. What I mean by national theme, like every nation has national themes, themes that permeate the culture. Okay. So what you see on this screen here, you see the deity. What deity is enthroned in this picture? Does anybody know?
Amun.
Okay, excellent. So we have the deity Amun or Amun-Ra enthroned. All right. And we see a king on the right hand side giving an offering or offering something, incense to the deity. Okay, now that king is depicted in a pigmentation indicative of all the other kings of Kemet, reddish brown, correct? Now, I'm going to zoom in. Let's see if I can zoom in so you all can see the name of this particular king. And let me see if I can zoom in this way. Okay, now can anybody on the panel make out which king this is? Just take an educated guess by if you can see the glyphs in the Shinu. This is going to drive my point home, and then that's it. Okay, so because I don't want it to be too long, I'm going to let you all know who this king is. And this is the confirmation, or one of many confirmations of what I'm talking about when I talk about a theme, a thematic theme of depictions for the inhabitants of Kemet that is not black. This particular king is none other than Ptolemy. This is a Ptolemaic king that most people will vision. And if I say Ptolemy, you think of a European, a white person that we call pale or white. But yet this king, Ptolemy, is depicted in the standard depiction or theme color of the Egyptian inhabitants of a reddish brown. Was he actually reddish brown? No. But this theme runs and permeates the culture to the point where a foreign king at this time took on the personification of that very same color. And it is not black. All right. So with that, I'm going to say dua, and yes, definitely dua to the two brothers, Netjer Neb and Asar Imhotep, for them to wake up early and have a 6-hour presentation between the two of them. Man, that takes some work right there. And then, wow. So, and then we here having an after discussion going on even more, and I'm still having a hard time to end the conversation. So let me end the conversation. I'm gonna say Shem Imhotep, and don't forget to support the channel. Subscribe to the Amun-Ra Squad Media channel that we're on right now. Subscribe to the Sesh Netjer channel. We're gonna start things back up. We had to take a break for a while as well. And also come to Facebook groups, the Amara Squad Facebook group, the Sesh Medew Netcher Facebook group, and chime in on the conversations. All right. And remember, this type of work, we don't get paid for this. So when you see brothers, having businesses like Unc has his business, Abjuware, Netjer Neb is taking donation considerations for the Per Netcher Research Center. Sesh Medew Netcher, if y'all want to help out or donate, we're setting something up as well. And then some members of both the squad, both the Sesh Medew Netcher, we have businesses, we have stuff that we do that you may be able to support. I know Brother Damo has a clothing line. I'm about to relaunch Hecka Apparel like any day now, probably tonight or tomorrow, and I'm gonna make sure links are passed around. So when you see us, whoever they may be, that have businesses as well, support, because that's how we can have some kind of residual income to actually literally purchase time, because this type of stuff takes time, and we have to actually buy time. We have families, we got whatever, and so in order to keep this up and actually to advance it, it takes money. And trust me, these books that we really need to dive into and getting primary sources and taking trips and doing this and stuff, it is very expensive. I could show you a 8-volume series of books that every scholar of Egypt should have, and it costs $1,200. Easy. And it's no bootlegging it. It's a hardback. It's like a encyclopedia collection. And it actually has the epithets of all the deities in Kemet. And there's a lot of deities. All the epithets and names of the deities of Kemet, and explains, the whole nine. All right, so
Saber.
Yes.
For the record, I just want to say that Siobhan said that you're not done yet. She can tell when you're done. I just want to say that for the record.
I am.
So when you see Siobhan, you know how to address her, okay?
I am done. So Asar Imhotep's son Siobhan and everybody on the panel. Hey, I appreciate everybody coming in. I tried to give a link out. It's like people were kind of scared to come in here, and but hopefully people take away from every day the whole thing. The two brothers presentations are the main focus. Go back and watch it. I know I am. I'm going to go back and watch it and take more from it, and also compare the things, because we're dealing with two opposing claims or conclusions and things. So it's important to pay attention to both brothers' presentations and everything. They're different styles, so don't so kind of different styles of presentation, that is, and you got to kind of look beyond the styles sometime or whatever, and just get into the meat of what's presented. Was it organized? Was it logical? Was everything explained? Does one point lead into another properly and correctly, or was things all over the place? All those kinds of things are used and judged when you give an argument. All right. So anyway, Asar Imhotep.
know Medew Netcher. In Kemet, for me, is education. The way they think, they build, and they practice their education is very unique in history. Without education, I believe there will be no Kemet.